Hey, up. Back on it today, boys. This stream's for the boys. No, but for the TikTok algorithm, this stream is for discussing the ethics of ending all suffering with extinction. So, yeah, getting some people in. Good stuff. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us. Looking, as usual, to do some debates today, to do some discussions, to get some people on the stage having conversations and debates about whether or not life should exist, whether or not we should end all suffering, whether or not some suffering justifies some people having fun, being happy. Should there be any life at all if anyone has to suffer? Is that a fair system? Not really, right? It's not a fair system if one day you wake up, you find you've been born and you're being tortured for your entire life. That's not a fair system, but that is the system we have, and that's wrong. It's incredibly wrong. There's really no sort of intelligence that's gone into the system we have now, and that's part of the reason why it's so wrong. No one thought about this. No one's really thinking about if this is ethical or not. So it's a big blind spot, basically. It's a massive blind spot, the biggest blind spot in the world, potentially. All of the problems in the world, all of the suffering, it's because we're unnecessarily forcing life to exist and to suffer. So it's like, trying to reduce suffering is like trying to catch water coming out of a tap. Instead of just turning it off, right? We can turn off the suffering tap with extinction. So yeah, we do have to cause extinction. We have to do it on purpose, actively, scientifically, and in an organized way. Life was a mistake. We have to put it back in the box, basically. All it's doing is causing unnecessary, extreme suffering. It's unfair, it's wrong, it's cruel. And thinking that, this is all okay, it's just like a coping mechanism. But get over it, right? Accept that life is a bad thing and that it should never have existed and that we would be better off not existing. It might be hard for you to accept, but it is the truth. There is too much suffering, too much danger in this world, and we're all at risk of unacceptable suffering. There's nobody in the room right now who's safe from unacceptable suffering, right? So we're all in unacceptable amounts of danger right now. That has to stop. And we're the lucky ones just experiencing the risk, whereas those who are really suffering the worst, they are experiencing the actual the consequence of it. And you really don't want that for yourself. But we're in the same danger of that happening. It could happen to us tomorrow. Anyone can get trapped in a life of pure hell where they're begging for death and wishing they'd never been born because it's so bad. Your entire life can be amazing, and then something terrible can happen where it's so bad that it actually makes it so that the entire life wasn't worth living because it got so bad. So that can happen to anyone, right? Today, tomorrow, next week. We're all in completely absurd and unacceptable, outrageous levels of danger. And yeah, you might not feel like it, but you are. And so I was thinking about this yesterday, actually, in terms of this ignorance, right? This optimism, blindness, thinking that we're all perfectly safe. So, imagine, like 1,000 people, and they all think they're safe. They all think everything's fine. And as one by one, they, get tortured and, flicked off and become victims and become sufferers. Everyone else who's still fine and hasn't had that happen yet, they're still like, yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. And then, the person next to them gets, kidnapped and tortured horrifically. And they're like, nah, it won't happen to me. And, and also not only, oh no, it won't happen to me, but I don't care that it happened to them. So it's like, oh, but that's the exact dynamic that we work with at the minute in this world. The exact one. Every single time someone becomes a sufferer, they become disabled, they die or they become suicidal, whatever, we just ignore them, right? Oh well, everyone else is still fine though, so that's all that matters, right? So, so this allows for infinite suffering, infinite cruelty, as everyone else around you starts getting tortured, starts suffering. As long as you're okay, you don't care, and you don't see the danger to yourself or to others, even as it's happening all around you. We truly live in a world of delusion and, ignorance. All right, let's get someone else on. Melanie, trying to bring you on. Hello, how you doing? No. Okay, the queue is empty right now, so looking to get some people on the stage to discuss. You're right, but you're kind of wasting your time with this. Yeah, as I've said before, we're at the hardest part to believe in extinctionism right now. Look, if you said to someone like, imagine someone advocating for women's right to vote, okay, or someone advocating against slavery. They had lots of people say the exact same thing. You're wasting your time. This will never work, right? So they were saying women should be able to vote. Women should have more rights. Women should have this. And people said this will never happen. In thousands of years of human history, women have never been allowed to vote. So forget it. It will never happen, right? You're wasting your time. This is a fantasy. Even if it's the right thing, it's never going to happen. People said that to the anti-slavery activists. They said that to the women's rights activists, civil rights for black people, everything, right? People have always said this. Always, always, always doubted and denied. Always, always, always. And yet people still fought and they kept doing activism. They didn't listen. They didn't get put down. They didn't get put off. And they didn't give up. And they went on to achieve victory, to help the sufferers and to do what's right. So they didn't say, you know what, forget it, you're right, this world is evil, but let's just do nothing about it. They said, okay, this is wrong, we have to change it. And I'm not going to give up, right? I'm going to fight for what's actually right. So that's the same thing that we have to do. We have to fight for the end of suffering itself. It is the ultimate harm. It's worse than anything. Hello, how you doing?
Hello. So would you consider yourself to be an accelerationist?
No, we're against accelerationism.
So can you explain the difference between accelerationism and extinctionism?
Well, as I understand it, accelerationism is about making the world worse, whereas we want to make it better, basically. We want to provide safety, whereas they want like World War III, basically. That's not what we want. We need a stable world.
Do you want to wipe out all life and build something new?
No.
So what's your ideology?
Maximum prevention from life existing and suffering existing. So the most thorough extinction possible and nothing coming back.
So do you support antinatalism?
No, antinatalism is a self-defeating ideology. It's saying that the world is too bad for life to exist and then doing nothing about it. Not having a kid and then thinking that you're a hero because you've done nothing. That doesn't help anyone else. It doesn't help animals. It's just silly.
So what's your plan to save society or the world?
Yeah, so we have to grow the movement until we have enough people to change the world, make it against suffering and forcing life to exist in awful conditions. And then, carry out total extinction as we run the world ethically, start doing animal extinction while removing our dependence on them, researching how to prevent life coming back and prevent life developing for as much of the world as we can do, as much of the universe. And then finally, once we've done everything that we can do to provide safety for the world, that's when we make humanity extinct.
Okay, I actually support that. I would have to agree with you there.
Great.
Yeah. So
awesome. Well, consider joining the movement. You can join through the website or the link on my profile. You can Google Abolish Suffering Discord and you can join that way.
Okay, I'm gonna go check out the website. Bye-bye.
Great, thank you. Okay, that was a good first guest to be getting on with. Yeah, loving the positivity. Let's get some more guests on, some more good discussions. Look, people are finally waking up, I think, right? When I joined the movement a year ago, it was quiet, right? It was very quiet. There was no attention, nothing, no activity. No one knew about it. The videos being posted were getting like 100 views, and that was it. It's much bigger now. It's really taking off. This is good. People are starting to realize, what should we be doing about this? What should we do about the world? What should we do about all the suffering? Should we just let Trump keep running the world and declaring war whenever he feels like it, or should we do something else? Hello, how you
Hello.
doing?
Yeah, how are you? How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
So I just have a question to ask you, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, wait. Let me. I forgot. I forgot the question. Let me. I'll wait. Give me 2 seconds. Um. Okay. Yeah.
Good.
So you basically want to end all of the life that every single like humans, animals, and everything, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So my main question is how do you plan to do that? Like, what's your plan about that?
Yeah, I just answered that, but
Did
basically, yeah,
you?
we have to grow the movement to make it possible.
Yeah, but when you do, like, what's the main? Like, do you want to nuke the world? Do you want to like?
No,
I did.
nukes wouldn't do it. So, the last asteroid had the power of 1 billion nukes, didn't cause total extinction, so that's not going to do it. It has to be much more scientific and much more
So,
patient than that, much more thorough, basically.
so what? Couldn't we just improve the world rather than like? I understand your point completely because when you end all of the life, right? There's no, of course, no one's gonna live anymore, so there's not gonna be any suffering. But like, why don't? Is there no like other ways that you like thought about that we could go on
Yeah,
about
yeah,
this?
we've thought about it, obviously. We didn't just think, forget thinking about everything else, let's just do this without thinking about it. No, we've thought about it massively, every single day. And yes, there is no other way to provide certainty of safety without extinction. You would need magic, whereas you don't need magic to do extinction. People were making animals go extinct hundreds of years ago with like old rifles and stuff.
Okay. So yeah, this is basically like this throws all of the morality out of the window, right? But
No, this
like,
is morality. This is the right thing to do. Life shouldn't be forced to exist in unsafe conditions. Life should never exist within danger.
so when did you think like the world took a wrong turn? Like when did it turn unsafe?
Um,
Or,
from the second life developed on the planet.
okay, so you think life is wrong objectively, like it
Yeah.
shouldn't exist.
Exactly. Yeah. Life shouldn't exist. We'd all be better off dead.
I mean, I can't even argue about that, you know. Like, I can't even debate that, man, because like if you are non-religious, which I am, like how do I even argue about that, man? Because you're right, man. Like if suffering won't exist if you end all of the life. So, like, do you think it should a virus do that or something? Like, because if you do that slowly, I mean, that would just be fucking hell on earth, man. Earth is basically hell already, but
Exactly.
like,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's impossible to for extinction to cause more suffering than it will prevent. You've got billions of years of more suffering, so even if extinction has to be really painful, it doesn't matter.
So you'd
But
rather
we'll
like
try and make it painless if we can.
yeah, like 30 years of hell is worse than like.
Hell, 100,000 years of hell is better than billions of more years, right?
I think human is on a trajectory. You know the great filter, right? That
Yes.
I think we are on the course of that. Like, I genuinely don't think that in like 1,000 years, human life will exist. I genuinely don't, because we are on a track right now. Like, I'm like a teenager basically. Like, I just want to live, but like I don't think in a like 60 years I will have a good life, to be honest, because we are on a trajectory right now which like, I mean,
Yeah,
where do you
but
even go?
trajectory or not, it's not about like, oh, things have gone wrong. Things have always been bad, right? Life should have never existed. So it's not that things aren't as good as we want them to be. It's that no, life should just never exist.
Okay, but like you know that like very so much people will object that. So like how do you plan on doing this? Because you won't be able to get like that many people in your like there are people that obviously agree with you, but like when you try to do that with the entirety of the world, there may be like a tiny bit percentage of the world agreeing with you, but like rest won't. So like how
Yeah,
what?
but the thing is that even when, every single time there's been a big societal change or a revolution, it was done by like less than 1% of the population. So, even when there's a world war and a massive war, it's still a very, very small percent of the population doing anything. The vast majority are children, women, old people. So yeah, and then you've got all of the men and whatever, but most of them still do nothing. So it's usually a very, very small percent that comes out and changes the world, and that's enough because everyone else will just sit back and do nothing anyway, most of the time. So we
Okay.
basically, yeah, we do need to start running the world ethically and then start carrying out total extinction. And it's going to be hard. It might take thousands of years to get enough people, but we're working on every potential solution. Not only are we growing the movement with videos and activism, we're also donating sperm to get more people out there with empathy in the genetics to have a greater chance of becoming an activist for extinction. So, by donating sperm, we can have thousands of children, and 20 years from now, 30 years from now, that's thousands of new activists that each of us can be generating by, donating sperm to a sperm bank, and they give it to someone who doesn't realize what they're getting, but they're actually getting superior genetics anyway, basically, and a smarter person, more empathetic person at the end of the day.
Okay, so you want people to donate the sperm to like raise children that will be on your side, but then like what do you do about that many children? Like, do you want there to be camps that where these children will be raised and like
Well, no, they're just the way a sperm bank works is that people who need help with getting pregnant, they use
yeah,
you use your sperm. That's it.
like maybe their spouse doesn't have like they're infertile or something, but like
Yeah.
I don't really understand what's your plan with that because like when these people donate their sperm, right? You want them to raise like a specific way to think that
No, no. So
way,
it
or
doesn't depend on the way that they're raised. They'll have the genetics to have the ability to become an extinction activist. They'll have the genetic ability to, capacity for empathy and for rationality and to see that the world is unethical.
okay, the world is unethical, right? Yeah, yeah, but here's my thing, right? I think that the world will end like soon. Like you said, like thousands of years, right? I genuinely don't think the world will last that long
Yeah, but
because
that's just a guess, right? You're just guessing. We can't rely on just, random thoughts like that.
so you'd rather be safe than sorry.
Well, yeah, of course.
I'd argue with that because, like, when you look at the world right now, I'll even be grateful in my lifetime if the world doesn't end, right? Like, if I live out my life without the world getting nuked or something like that, like, you'd agree, if the world doesn't end in my lifetime, that will be a fucking miracle, I think that. Or it doesn't, like, become
Well, we're
worse.
trying to make that happen. So, potentially we could do extinction a lot sooner. If we can end the world in your lifetime, we will do it. That's our promise to you.
Oh. Well, man, I can't really like, I can't debate you. I can't argue with you, man, because the world is like morally a horrible place. Because when humans developed their brains, I mean, they they understood these morals, like they made their own morals, which animals can't. And
No, no,
natural,
no,
like,
no, no. Humans have animalistic morals. Humans have the same morality as animals.
Yeah, but the main thing about humans is that we can think about how other people feel,
Well,
and like
but no, they can't though. So over
we can't.
99% of humanity can't actually do that. They're genetically prevented from doing it specifically so that they would make
So you're
irresponsible
saying that
decisions
like
about life.
90 or however much you said can't like be empathetic.
So let's see if you can do it right now. So most people have the inability to empathize with those who are facing extreme suffering. So let's do a little practice. So
Okay.
can you do it yourself? Can you try and empathize with those who suffer the worst? Let's see. Can you try and do it for us?
I mean, empathize for them.
Yes.
I
Can you
mean,
care about other people? Can you actually care about them? Let's go. See if you can do it.
I mean, if you mean like if they're close to me, yeah, I can obviously empathize with them all. But like if they're my close relative or I know that person, then are you saying that? Are you?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's what most of humanity has is limited empathy, a small circle of empathy, right? So you only care about your family, you only care about yourself. Whereas extinctionists, our circle is infinite. We actually care fully about every life form. That's what most people don't do. And so if you fully care about others fully, right? If you're willing to die for them, willing to die for a stranger that you've never met before, willing to die for an animal, then that means, yeah, that you actually care about them, you can empathize with them fully. And that means understanding that that their suffering is too extreme, that it's unacceptable, and that we have to provide safety for everyone from these terrible experiences.
I mean, I'll agree with you if you. I really agree with you if you said that this humanity took a wrong, no, their life took a wrong turn when humans developed their brains to like do like humans basically ruined the entire world in my perspective. I
No,
think
no,
that.
no. The thing is, most suffering happens in nature with wild animals. Over 99% of suffering in this world has nothing to do with humans. It's animals in nature starving to death and being eaten alive. So humanity is the solution, not the problem.
I mean, wait, English is not my first language. But, people say that when there's light, there has to be dark as well. But in my opinion, for there to be dark, there has to be light. Yeah, it goes both ways, right?
No,
So I think,
that's some religious nonsense. We don't believe in that. That's the sort of things that
I'm
people
not
invent
religious.
and make up in order to excuse suffering, right? It's like a slave owner saying, "Well, you have to have some light, you have to have some darkness," right?
I mean, I understand that, but like, this is literally, there can't be utopia. Like, utopia is literally impossible. So your utopia is like, like just getting rid of all of the life. But man, like, man, to be honest, man, I'll just be done with arguing. I can debate you, man. It's literally impossible for me to debate you. Like if I bring up any point, your point is to like get rid of all of the life forms, basically. But you're so like uh, agreeing with that. Like I can't even debate you then.
Yeah,
Like
there is no argument against providing safety for the world, right? There
like
is no argument against it.
maybe religious people can debate you, but I'm not religious, so I think a non-religious person cannot debate you about that. But at only point I can bring up is that I think the great filtering is upon us. So I think like we will be gone sooner than you think, right?
Fair enough. But, that's wishful thinking, I would say. At least for me, that would be wishful thinking, right? Let's just hope suffering ends by itself. Let's not do anything. Let's just hope it happens. And let's be lazy and just, maybe it'll happen by itself. But, I'm busy being lazy, right? People are always making excuses against lifting a single finger to help the sufferers. It's like, well, yeah, I could post a video. It takes 1 minute a day, but there's too much effort, right? So no one has any excuse for not doing activism, and yet over 99% of people don't have enough empathy to care enough to do activism. So they're just stuck in this selfish way of thinking, and they can't escape from it. And so they'll find any excuse to not do activism and to not even do a single minute a day of activism. Hello, how you doing?
How's it going, sir?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad, not too bad. I just had a question about your stance there. Involved in the AI research community. What are your thoughts about if something synthetic is created that is not capable of suffering? Is that fine to survive after we wipe out all of the biological life?
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to need AI, right? And AI is probably going to suffer less than anything organic, if it even does suffer. Now, me personally, I think it's very possible, very easy to have AI and robots and stuff that you design it in a way that it's physically impossible for it to have consciousness. In the same way that a security camera can detect motion, right? There's no consciousness going on there, really. So I don't think that AI will suffer. I don't think it will be conscious. I think we can try and design it in a way to protect against it becoming conscious. And even if it does suffer, it's going to be less than the fragile animals and organic beings that don't have some like titanium robot body, right? So
Agree.
ideally we'll be doing animal extinction first, and then moving on to universe-wide safety from being born, universe-wide extinction. And we may be able to leave that to AI and robots who can carry that on for billions of years, try and develop science to get us to the next galaxy and make that extinct. So ideally we'll be able to just go extinct and leave that to the robots.
Yeah, I mean, I would even think that even the inaction of the whatever plan that you're using to try to extinct all life, I feel like not only would it be nice to have synthetic beings like that, but it's probably necessary, I would posit, because life is pretty resilient. Like it would be difficult, because otherwise you're trapped in this loop of, well, how can you be sure that all life is extinct unless if you don't have synthetic life, then there would have to be biological life to make sure that all of the other life is extinct. You see what I'm saying? Like it would be difficult to create a foolproof way to make sure that there isn't any life without some kind of synthetic being that also can't suffer.
Some sort of intelligence, right? Some sort of system that can check.
Right, because otherwise, I feel like the biological life has come close to extinction here on Earth lots of times, and it's just so resilient.
I was thinking about this, and in terms of like having a conscious AI, a conscious robot to look after the universe, I was thinking that let's say, for example, that it has to be conscious for some reason. You could make it so that it's only activated every few thousand years when something happens or when it discovers life. And you could maybe even like alternate it between different robots, different consciousnesses, different minds, so that it's not trapped in that endless loop of waking up and having to work. Like if you've ever seen the TV show Severance, the people trapped in that building, they can't even go to sleep. They're just working nonstop for all of time, basically. They can't even sleep. So we wouldn't want that to happen either.
I also think there's an interesting distinction there where I think you could create a self-replicating, intelligent being that isn't technically conscious. It's kind of like the philosophical zombie sort of thing where it's capable of making, I would say intelligent insofar as it's capable of making decisions, but there's no internal voice. There's no, internal, what we would define as consciousness. So they're just like, let's say, self-replicating machines with a very complex program.
Like insects, basically.
Yeah, something similar. Yeah, something that only has like a few key things that it's trying to optimize for. like not exactly like the paperclip maximizer, but something where it's only trying to optimize for a few simple parameters. It's just
Yeah,
scanning for life. It's just
part of me, wonders, right, about what causes consciousness, and we will have to research this and find all of the answers on what is consciousness, how does it start, so that we can better prevent suffering. But it could be that just complexity itself is enough to get consciousness going. And so, yeah, it may be that we have to worry about the robots becoming too complex and becoming more conscious. Who knows,
Mhm,
right?
mhm.
In the same way
Right.
that we're preventing evolution, preventing life from becoming more complex and conscious, we may have to do that for the AI as well. Who knows?
Yep, yeah, and hopefully they'll be able to assist with that process. That's kind of beyond our scope right now, but the more advanced we get in that field, the more we'll be able to hopefully have some of those answers. Well, it's been fun talking to you. That's a pretty interesting movement that you have. I'll check out the website to see if I can learn a bit more there. I wouldn't say
Yeah.
that I'm really opposed to what your goals are. It is pretty interesting, and I think it's probably a pretty long-term timescale thing that
Yeah.
you're considering here.
Yeah.
That might not be
Absolutely.
something that I would get to see, in my lifetime, but it is pretty interesting. So
Yeah.
cool. I'm glad you have a stance there. That's pretty uncommon, I would imagine, but
Yeah.
sounds like you've thought through it, and more power to you, sir.
Thank you for coming on, Vizbot. And one last thing I would say about the AI is that most likely it's not going to be suffering. The thing is that suffering is really something for animals like ourselves. An all-powerful AI, it's not going to be stubbing its toe and shouting in pain. Most likely, it's probably not going to have like overwhelming emotions where it's getting upset and crying. So even if the AI is conscious, it's probably not going to be suffering. Okay, let's get some next guest on. Okay, starting our way from the bottom of the queue. Let's see. Who have we got? Okay, let's bring on Brandon. Hello, how you doing? Brandon,
Hello.
hello.
Oh, I've got a horrible echo.
Is that
I
better?
think it's a problem my end. I won't be able to understand you. My apologies. I'll drop down.
No worries, Brandon. Let's get the next guest on. Okay. Timothy, I think it was, is saying, James, you need more energy. Yeah, I love bringing energy to the streams, but I keep getting myself in trouble. Look, now it's saying like consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health, right? As if I've been offering drugs to people or something. So yeah, I love bringing the energy, but I also don't like getting the TikTok restrictions, which TikTok's hands out like candy, basically. It'll restrict you for anything, which is really annoying. Hello, how you doing? No. No. All right, who else? We've got a few more people in the queue. Quite a lot of people in the queue. So let's try and bring them up. Plenty to go through. Okay, we've got someone coming up, I think. Will they support extinction or will they support suffering?
All
Hello,
right.
how you doing?
Hey, I usually never come on these things, but I want to talk to you about the psychological side of this.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So you talk about empathy,
Yes.
and do you actually think that you understand what empathy is?
To a large extent, yeah.
So you think 1% of the world could band together and get this antinatalist thing pushed through, and
What do you mean pushed through? And it's not antinatalist.
force the extinction on the rest of us and the rest of the universe eventually?
Yeah.
So-
We have to try, right?
So you have to try. So what if this is fundamentally impossible, and you're just creating more suffering for yourself?
Yeah, but
psychologically,
that's
and
yeah,
for
but
other
we
people?
don't want we're not looking for cowards to join the movement who will only do activism for something that has 100% chance of working, right?
So if I want to fly tomorrow That's impossible. When do you
We
ever
can take a plane.
consider
That's not
that,
impossible.
like,
Take
maybe my
Ryanair.
philosophy is just utterly impossible? Like, you're talking about wiping out the
But
entire
look, we've already
universe.
made several species of
There
animals
are
go extinct.
cosmological horizons you cannot cross
Well, that's
causally
fine. That
to
doesn't make our mission
erase the
impossible.
universe.
That doesn't make our mission impossible.
It makes your universal mission impossible, but on
No,
the
but
global
you're
scale,
misunderstanding
that's
our
also-
mission. You're misunderstanding our mission. Our mission is simply to do the most vast and thorough extinction possible. So that doesn't say
See,
that it has to be
What
this.
is that
it has
doing
to
to
be
your
that.
mind right now when you say that? Do you know what that's doing to your ventromedial prefrontal cortex? To say with a smiling face that you want to extinct the world?
We want to provide safety for the world. That's what.
No. You want to kill every
Oh no, I think you're
living
straw manning
creature.
now. I think you're straw manning.
No. You want to.
It sounds like you're
Prevent
straw
it,
manning. It sounds like
but
you're imagining
end it.
things. You're making them up. I never said, I'm looking forward to killing everyone. I never said that.
No, you're smiling. Your face is telling me your psychology.
Okay, we get it. You can't handle someone smiling. It just blows your mind. Okay, we get it. It's just your mental capacity has been exceeded because I smiled. Okay, let's get someone else on. Who else have we got in the queue? Why did I run? Because he was just talking gibberish. Hello, how you doing?
Hi.
How are you?
So I have a question for you. When you say you want to end all life, is it just like every single human being?
Animals, all everything, all life, right?
And like, what's your your reasoning behind it?
Because it's the only right thing to do, as it ends all suffering.
But what if there's some people who actually like living on this earth, as crazy
Yeah, but
as it seems?
it's an unfair system though, because some don't.
While some also do.
Yeah, but it's unfair, isn't it? So we should just abolish it.
It's like, let's say, what
It's
if?
unfair though. It's unfair. So just get rid of it.
So let's say like some people don't consent to it. What happens to them?
Well, that would be wrong of them, right? So we would just do it anyway.
Wait, so you're gonna kill people against their will?
Not kill, but euthanize.
So you're gonna end people's lives if they don't consent?
Well, veterinarians do it, to animals that need putting down. Doctors do it as well in hospitals. They euthanize people, they pull the plug. So this isn't a new thing,
Wait. They euthanize when they have like a medical condition that's gonna cause them pain. You're
Yes,
killing
humans have that. Humans have that. The medical condition is being alive. So that's going to cause them pain. So yes, we should euthanize them.
I 100% get what you're saying, but euthanize the people who want to be euthanized, not everybody else.
But if you have to just go with total extinction. Otherwise, they'll keep reproducing and making other life suffer terribly.
Okay, I agree with what you're saying, kind of, but the people who don't want to be like euthanized,
people are going to disagree with it, but we have to do it anyway. We have to do the right thing, regardless of bad people objecting to it.
you know what? I agree with you, kind of way.
Awesome! Finally,
The only contradiction is just like people who don't consent. But I agree with you.
That's not a contradiction. It would be a contradiction to let them do whatever the hell they want and cause more suffering.
No, fair enough. I agree with you. I'll give you a follow.
Nice. Okay, wicked. I'll follow you back as well. Awesome. Well, thank you for coming on, and consider checking out our website, proextinction.com. You can read our manifesto, our FAQ. You can also join our Discord, our WhatsApp group. You can learn more about us. You can become an activist and help us grow the movement with peaceful activism until we can start ethically carrying out total extinction. Okay, let's see who else we got in the queue. That's my new favorite phrase, by the way. Ethically carrying out total extinction. I love the way that sounds. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good.
My English is not very good, sorry.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say that I think it's egoistical to because you want to die and everyone to die,
No, it's
that
not
you
that we
think
want
that
everyone
everyone
to
must
die.
die.
We want everyone to be safe from suffering.
No, it's not safe.
Why?
I want to live. I love my life. I love my boyfriend.
So
My
no
boyfriend
one
loves
is
his
safe?
life.
So do you think that
I'm safe.
do you think some people would be safer?
Then if
Not
they
existing.
don't like their life, they should kill themselves. But
you
I don't
want
have
to
to
torture
kill
people?
myself.
So you want to torture people until they kill themselves? That's not very nice.
No, just they have the choice to euthanize themselves.
How are they going to
but
do that? So should we have
they
a
give
noose,
them
an
kids or
emergency?
something?
So would you have an emergency noose hung up on Epstein Island? Would you have Epstein Island kitted out with emergency nooses for the children that can't take the abuse anymore? That's your solution.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You're saying that anyone being abused should just kill themselves, right? So would
No,
you have
everyone that want to die should die.
Yes. So the children being abused on Epstein Island. Would
No,
you give
I don't
them...
think they all want to die. I don't.
But what if
think.
they did, just in case, right? They should have a
Then
noose.
if they did, they should die.
Yeah,
But
so they
I
should have a
don't think
noose
I
available.
should
They
take
should
the
have
responsibility
break
for
in
that.
case of emergency. If you can't take the rape anymore, then you have to kill yourself. That's your solution.
Yeah, exactly. That's what
So
you want for
so you're a
everyone.
crazy
So
person.
why is it
so you're
a
a crazy
problem now?
person. You like the idea of children being abused and then having to kill themselves. You're
No,
insane.
I didn't say that, bro.
You're crazy. You're actually mental.
I didn't say that. I want kids to be safe, but I say I
But,
don't want to kill
safety
myself.
for you means having access to a noose
What?
so that you can hang yourself.
No, you say you want everyone to
What, just a
die. So
rusty
why is
nail
it a
to the
problem
wrist?
if I
That'll do?
say? Why is it a problem if I say people who want to die should die, and you say
So you think
everyone
that
should
people
die?
should have
Why
to
is it a
suffer
problem
so
when I say
badly
this?
that they have to kill themselves?
What?
So you think that people should have to be forced to exist, suffer so badly, and then have to kill themselves? You think that we should keep that?
Yes,
we can keep
because
that going.
majority of people are happy and want to live. So why everyone should die?
So because it's unfair, right? So
Yes,
why
it's
should
unfair. People who are happy should be happy and live their life like everyone.
so,
I don't think
do you think
people who are
do you
happy
think it's
should die.
fine? Do you think it's okay to have suffering as long as you're happy?
Yes, I'm happy.
so it's
Sometimes
okay.
I'm sad, sometimes I'm happy.
So
It's
let me
life.
ask you this: do you think it's okay to abuse children as long as it makes you happy?
No, I don't abuse
Why not?
children. What the fuck?
Why?
Why are you turning my words? I didn't
I'm
say
asking you.
anything
You're
about
saying
children.
that having loads of suffering is fine as long as you're happy, right? So if by that dynamic, it's the same as a child abuser saying, well, as long as I'm happy, it doesn't matter if the child suffers, right?
I didn't cause harm to anyone.
But you're allowing it. You're saying it should keep
No,
happening.
people
So
like
you
that
are
should
causing
die
it.
too.
You are causing
People
it.
like
You
that
said,
should
yes,
die too.
children should be abused and have to kill themselves. That's what
I
those
didn't
were
say
your
they should
words.
be abused. I said people who want to die, they die, but
Yeah,
they don't
but
put
you're
me
saying
in
that they
this
should keep
situation.
being born to suffer and have to kill themselves.
Oh my God, I didn't agree to child abuse. I said people who want to die,
But you are
die.
saying that they should keep being born, suffering, and killing themselves.
But all kids don't suffer. All kids
you are
don't
saying
suffer.
that.
Majority
But-
of kids don't suffer.
So you
Majority
don't
of
care
kids
about the
are
ones
happy.
that do? You don't care about the ones that do?
It's not me that. It's an error
Excuse
of
me?
humanity.
So you don't care about the children that suffer?
I care about them.
Really? So caring about them means ignoring them and saying it doesn't matter.
No, I want them to be saved. But you're talking
Then
about death
extinction
or
is
life
the only
situation.
safety. Extinction is the only safety.
What?
So look, we can either have a world where children don't get abused, or we can have a world where they do get abused. Which one would you prefer?
But we'll have a world where children can't be happy too, you know? Where there's nothing. It's like
it will be a
depressing,
world
bro.
where the child abusers can't be happy, and the children will be safe.
Bro, nothing will happen if everyone is
there'll be
dead.
no abuse, no cruelty.
But why is that? You don't like your life?
No, it's that the sufferers don't like being forced into this. This is cruelty, right? It's not
Yes,
fair.
this is cruelty because those people are bad and should die. The people who abuse should die too. Everyone who is
So
bad
the
should
ones
die. Bro.
suffering are bad and should die. This is just disgust. You all heard her say that, right? And I'm not making that up. She said, yes, the ones suffering are bad and should die, and the ones causing them the suffering are also bad and should die. So just to be clear, she was saying that the sufferers are bad and should die. Like, wow. That is shocking. And someone's saying, well, no, that's your position. You're saying they should die, James. I'm saying that they shouldn't have to keep dying for the rest of time, you clown. Christ. Okay, let's get our next guest on. Who will they be? Will they be pro-extinction or pro-child abuse, like the last guest? Hello, how you doing? Okay, they were obviously pro-ghosting the queue. All right, we've got plenty more people in the queue. We're bringing loads more people on. Let's start with Raymond. Raymond, bringing you up now. Are you pro-suffering or are you pro-safety? Do you think it matters? What's amazing is that she said that, yeah, she cares about those sufferers by saying that, yeah, just let them suffer. That's caring about them, right? The thing is that you can't say that you care about the sufferers and then say, it doesn't matter how badly they suffer, it doesn't matter how many of them suffer, it doesn't matter how long they suffer for. There is nothing that will ever change the fact that we will just let them suffer. As long as someone else is happy, that's all that matters. In fact, even if someone wasn't happy, she still probably wouldn't have cared and said, that's not my problem. So, a world with zero happiness and pure suffering, they still wouldn't give a damn, right? They legitimately wouldn't. They just wouldn't care. Okay, Cognac, let's bring you up. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, James.
What's good?
Everything's good, mate. I really, where have you been? Where have you been, mate? Because
I've been here doing activism for the last year.
Mate, I'm all for it, mate, honestly. And I believe 90 people in this live, if there was a button to choose whether or not you'd be born or not, I think about only 10% would press that button, mate.
Yeah, I mean, imagine having to live everything that you've lived again. No,
honestly, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. But I want to know is why you are advocating for animals as well. Because I feel like animals are just pretty chill, bro.
They suffer worse than we do. Most animals get eaten alive as children, right? That's not something you would ever want to experience.
That is true. Are you a vegan?
No. I did go vegan, but upon joining the movement, I learned that veganism actually causes more suffering because, like you've just made the mistake of doing, it ignores wild animal suffering. So, for example, a world which was completely vegan would have no deforestation. It would have, just most of the land being used by wild animals who would suffer way worse than farmed animals, right? Wild animals don't have euthanasia, they don't have medicine, they don't have shelter, they don't have safety, they don't have food. Farmed animals rather get all of those benefits. If you had to choose, right, would you rather be, in a shelter with food and then you get euthanized, or would you rather be running for your life, getting eaten alive?
Mate, put me in a shelter, put some Adele on, and just let me chill. Give me a bit of weed, and I'll be chilling.
That's it. So, honestly, look, the thing is, if you go vegan right now, basically it contributes to saving forests and reforestation. So it's going to cause more wild animal suffering.
Right.
So we need to make it so that doesn't happen. Now, we support a fully vegan world, but right now, if you go vegan, it will cause more suffering and worse suffering. So that's why we need to just start abolishing all suffering in an organized way for the whole planet. And vegans don't look at the whole picture. They only care about farmed animals. So we need to think about farmed animals, wild animals, humans, the whole planet in one whole picture, basically. That's what they're not doing.
All right. Another question is, how would you bring about this non-existence movement? Like, would you advocate for like facilities where there's euthanasia and people can just go in there and choose whether or not they just want to live or die? How does that work?
So the plan is to grow the movement until we have enough people to take over the world, change the world, start running it ethically. And we will be providing euthanasia for those that need it. But in terms of how to carry out the extinction, it would have to be done by force. because you can't just ask people to do it voluntarily. Otherwise, they won't agree to it, and they won't do it. They'll be too afraid. They won't want to, and
Hold on. What do you mean by force, though? Like, how would that come about? Because there's people that actually enjoy living, and they're not suffering. And I feel like the majority of
But they can suffer, right? They could be suffering tomorrow.
They can. That is true. They can. But
they're in danger.
At the end of the day, I feel like they should have the right to choose whether or not they want to suffer.
Yeah. The problem is that people cannot make informed decisions on that. They've been evolutionarily handicapped from doing it.
How so?
Well, basically, life evolved to be blind to suffering and the risk of suffering, so that we would have more children, put them into danger, and keep surviving ourselves, putting ourselves in unnecessary danger.
Right.
So
I feel like that's one of the reasons why, me personally, I'm choosing not to have kids, is because, the kid doesn't ask to be born, and if the kid's born with, I don't know, 3 legs, is it my fault? It's one of them ones. But I feel like I'm going off topic, but I feel like we should give people the option to choose and not forcefully.
But again, they're not going to be fully informed on that decision. That's the problem. So and there is no rational decision to put yourself in unlimited danger for very little reward. So it's not a rational thing. We can't support people putting themselves in that danger, allowing themselves to continue in that danger when they're ignorant to it, they're blind to it, and they've been made by evolution to be incapable of making responsible decisions on such matters, which is why they'll just have 20 kids, no matter how many of them suffer. That they'll smoke terribly and say, "I don't care if I."
I got another question for you.
Yeah.
What's your religious beliefs? Like, what do you think about God?
I'm an atheist. Yeah, our movement is atheistic.
Makes sense. James, I wish you the best. I'm all for the movement. I'm gonna sign up. Let's push this.
Great, thank you, Cognac. That's great. Yeah, the first thing you should do is join our Discord and our WhatsApp group. The links are on the website. The link to the website is on my TikTok profile. Just proextinction.com. You can type that in. But yeah, Google Abolish Suffering Discord. Join our Discord as well. Become an activist. I put out a video recently showing we've got an account on TikTok now that we've made specifically to follow all of our activists on TikTok who are making videos. And the way TikTok works, if you go on their profile, you can see who they're following, and it's only our activists. So there's about 37 people making videos for extinctionism on TikTok, and you can follow all of them in less than 60 seconds just by going on that profile and seeing who they're following. If you want to do that, then you can find the video about that on my TikTok profile. It's like 6 or 7 videos ago. It's a text card announcement. Okay, so let's get some more guests on. We have literally dozens of people on TikTok making videos every day, growing the movement, educating people. Hello, how you doing?
Hey man, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
This might seem like a silly question, but what is necessarily wrong with suffering? I do believe that life is a struggle, and it's not necessarily like a bad thing. We get better.
It's bad for those that suffer terribly, though.
Yeah, but we suffer here now, and hopefully when we do the right things, we inherit a better world for more and more people. It seems like now
that just ignores the sufferers, though. Just completely ignores them.
Right, but we're also ignoring the people who find peace and enjoy life despite all the suffering.
But can a child being abused really justify you having a bit of fun?
A child also can enjoy life, but the goal is we're trying to make.
You're ignoring the children that get abused. They just don't exist to you, do they?
No, absolutely not. No, we are.
They just don't exist to you.
No, they do. They do exist. They do exist.
Okay.
And I feel like with each passing generation,
why should they be abused so that you can have fun?
They shouldn't be abused.
Okay, so extinction.
That's crazy to think.
Why?
It's like That's
Look,
that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You
nobody should
don't
have to
think?
suffer. Nobody should have to suffer. That's not fair.
Of course, no one should. No one should
It's not
suffer.
fair. It's not
No one
fair.
should suffer unfairly. But
Yeah.
here's where your like philosophy falls, right? I understand where you're coming from because it seems like life nowadays is very easy to be nihilistic, right? There's a lot of crap we're seeing on the news, and we can only see the bad in this, right?
No. We should look at the bad, and we should consider the sufferers, which you're not doing.
And we should look at the good as well, and why we should continue keep trying
the
to.
sufferers need help more, though, right? You're saying just forget them. It doesn't matter if they get abused. Forget them. Ignore them.
Do you think we forget about them?
Yes, that's what you're doing right now.
So, we have like plenty of institutes and departments where we look after and try to prevent those kind of suffering. We
No,
try
we
to do
don't.
something
No,
every
we
single
don't. There is
every single
there is no
generation. We're trying to
extinction
get better and better
department
and prevent
except
less and less
this.
children getting suffering.
What?
We're trying to, through each year, every generation, we're trying our best to prevent less and less children suffering.
Alec, no. Conditions have never improved for wild animals in nature, right? The vast majority of life on this planet, they've never gotten better, ever. So you're not talking about anything relevant here.
I am. I just don't think you have faith that we can make stuff better.
And how are you going to do that for wild animals?
How do we do that for wild animals?
Yeah, you've never thought about this. You're not a serious person. You're just joking around,
No,
basically.
no,
when
no, no.
we're
I
actually
think I
getting
got
serious
something.
on life.
I mean, life and death is a harmony, especially.
All right, I think we're finished with that. It's not a harmony for those that are being tortured. It's a harmony for the child abusers who are having fun, like yourself, probably. People that say, well, yeah, who cares if they suffer? My harmony is great. So I don't know what you mean. Like, honestly, people like that should just be, banished from society, exiled, kicked out, and just outcast, right? If you say child abuse is fine, it's a harmony, it's beautiful.
Hey, James.
Hello, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Good,
So just
good.
for some context, I'm a pro-lifer, pro-Christian.
Well, just for context, debating religious people is really boring. Okay, because it's like debating a pigeon, okay? It's like, there's nothing here, right? I might as well be debating, a doll or a teddy bear. Hello, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
I got one question here. You're just focusing on Earth.
No, the universe.
Okay, what's the plan for the universe?
Yeah, basically, see if we can do universe-wide extinction. We may be able to contribute to that ourselves, or we might have to rely on AI to do it for us.
Because if you just focus on Earth, it doesn't fulfill what you're trying to do.
Well, it would. I mean, when you say what we're trying to do, you don't understand what we're trying to do, because what we're trying to do is the most vast and thorough extinction possible. So, there is no sort of failure catch there, basically. It's
Right.
just as
Well,
much as
but
you can
until you can do the entire universe, there is no point in it.
No, that's completely incorrect, because that's like saying if you can help 5
Well,
out
no,
of
but
10 people,
then you're letting the
then
child
don't bother.
abusers on other planets and other systems
Well,
get away with it.
No, it wouldn't be letting them. It would be having failed to get everyone, right? But if you can help 9 out of 10 people,
Well, if you fail to get everyone, then you failed the mission.
no, not really.
I mean,
Because it's just about helping as much as we can, right? So we've already succeeded in that mission, basically. We're already
If
doing
the
it.
goal is, then that's just basically the same thing as like, if you're suffering, then just euthanize yourself, because there's
No,
still
it's not.
life in the universe.
How is that the same thing? You're not making any sense. You're rambling.
No, it's the same thing, because you're saying the
How
only
is it
way
the
to
same?
prevent suffering is to eradicate all life. And if you can't eradicate all life, then you're
I
not
never said
preventing
that.
suffering.
You're just straw manning. Like, you're just making things up. Like, I don't know. You're having an argument with some sort of fantasy in your head that doesn't exist. So let's move on to someone else. Okay. Did he cook me though?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, really? How? He was just straw manning. How is straw manning cooking?
Please elaborate with that.
Okay, he literally, it was just one straw man after another. So
No. I mean, explain his argument down and break it down yourself. Come on. I'm waiting.
Okay. So he was trying to say that if we can only help so many people, then we shouldn't help anyone. Unless we can help everyone, we shouldn't help anyone. So that's already a really stupid argument. Okay, that's like incredibly dumb. Okay. And then he was also saying that, unless we can achieve 100% of the universe, then there's no point. That just doesn't make sense. That's not a practical way to operate, right? We just have to do our best and do as much as we can. And if we can only help Earth, then that's a shame, but it's still better than nothing. And then you just keep doing as much as you can, basically.
Yeah, okay, I fully understand that, and I get your concerns and your little movement. But the thing is that if you already agree that if you can help, as you said, 9 out of 10 people out of 10, and you already helped some people and you're raising awareness on your movement and you're, gaining as much like-minded individuals as you want, why don't y'all just end life for y'all and continue us to live, Maybe,
because that
maybe some of us want to live,
Yeah, that wouldn't help anyone.
That wouldn't help anyone?
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, you're done. Okay, moving on. Someone's saying James is on the terrorist watch list. I mean, cool if I am, right? Who cares? It's just another little badge for me, basically, at this point, right? Forget this society, right? Oh, James, people don't like you. Oh no, well then I'll just become a bad person and stop advocating for the end of suffering. Oh no, the police might talk to you. Who gives a damn? They're in the wrong, right? If they're supporting suffering, I'll just logically slap them, basically. I can do it, right? You can weaponize logic. You can weaponize rationality. The people that come on this show, I'm treating them with kids' gloves, right? I'm going easy on them. I'm going very easy on them. And part of the reason for that is that if you go too hard on them, right? If you use the even stronger arguments on them, then it's just going to be it's potentially going to be bad for them because they're not actually physically capable of understanding it. So pushing their brain to do something that it's not built to do could be bad for them. So, I try to not break people's brains if I can help it, but maybe I could if I tried. All right, let's see who else is in the queue. Dane
Hey,
Hello.
hey,
How you
James,
doing?
it's me again. So I won't argue using any religious perspectives. I'll just, get down to
Okay,
logic.
go for it. Dane, it looks like you've switched to a different app on your phone
No,
or
I'm right here. So my first argument is if you believe the laws of nature are predominantly bad for humanity, how come we have a fight or flight mechanism that's meant to help us survive in certain situations?
yeah, that's just from evolution, right? So
Yeah,
the way evolution and reproduction works, it doesn't favor what's good for you. It just favors what's good for reproduction, even if it's at your expense.
maybe, but there's so many others. Like for
Not
example,
maybe. That is how it works.
so let me say another example. For example, our bodies shiver when we get too cold to help negate the effects of very low temperatures, right? The same with sweating. We sweat so we can actually survive longer. How is it possible that this is for us? Like it should not be, right? If you're arguing that laws of nature are predominantly evil on humans, and how come we have all these special effects that help us survive longer and more?
Yeah, that's just
I
how
mean,
evolution
I
works.
think you really
That's
underestimate
just how evolution works.
Yeah, but how was evolution so good towards us?
We're just the ones that rose to the top. That's all.
No, I don't really think so. I think you underestimate.
Right, but then we're just debating religion, not actual science.
No, it's not religion, because I also have one more argument. So I'm gonna say that even though there are very evil ways that people are mass killing animals for obviously the production of food, right? Wouldn't you say that it's not really that bad of a thing, since humans are the only sapient form of creatures?
No, animals suffer terribly.
Yeah, but animals aren't sapiens. We are sapiens.
Yes, they are.
So
Animals suffer terribly.
I said sapient, not sentient.
Well, it
does matter.
No, it doesn't.
No, it does matter, because we technically are the highest form of life on this earth. Earth was made for us humans.
Well, so we should be the most selfish as well? That's not a high form of life.
It's not really
That's a high form of selfishness.
because we're the highest form on the planet.
So
we are the only sentient.
Did you know that people made the same argument about slaves? That they're less sentient, so we can abuse them?
Yeah, but that wasn't true though, because all humans are the same. I also hear you say that
all humans are not the same. That's ridiculous.
Yes, we're all the same. We all have the same capabilities.
Well, so disabled people have the same abilities, do they?
Mentally, maybe, but physically, no.
Okay,
but we
that's
still
it.
have...
You're done. All right, moving on. Let's get Ahmed on next, if he's still in the queue. All right, we need more people to join the queue. Ideally, we need more people, more options. There's a few people queuing up, but they're not the best options. We've got that crazy woman who supported child abuse and said that children should have to kill themselves in the most brutal ways possible, and that's a good thing. Who else we got? We got Eth Transactions. Have I ever actually spoken to them? Hello.
Hello? Wait, hold on. What's it called? So, I've debated my friends on this topic. You said that artificial intelligence should take care of extinction throughout the entire universe, later.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what is really consciousness?
Yeah, we don't know everything about it yet, but it seems to be something to do with complexity and sensation.
Okay, and also, why should we focus on extinction rather than making the entire universe the perfect environment for life without suffering?
Because there's no way to do that, right? We've already made several species of animals go extinct. Not having a child is a lot easier than having one and then having to protect it. So extinction is infinitely more practical and therefore infinitely more ethical, because the sufferers need relief as soon as possible, whereas going after pleasure and hoping maybe it'll help them, that's not ethical.
All right, I think these are all arguments made by my friends, so I'll go on that. All right, goodbye.
All right, thanks for coming on. And yeah, feel free to come back on and ask any more questions or bring those chuckleheads on the stream. Jesse's asking, do you support trans rights? Yes. Extinctionism is like the furthest left that you can get, right? The right wing is like the evil, and then left wing is trying to be better, like socialized medicine and healthcare and all that stuff. So yeah, in some ways you could say that extinctionism is the ultimate far left, where everyone should be safe from suffering, whereas the far right says, nah, let them suffer so that we can have fun. Kind of, right? Yeah, I mean, I would like to think that most of our activists have got some sort of left leaning, if not like a big one. Okay, let's see who we've got in the queue. Mystic Jack, let's get you back on. Hello.
Hello, nice to talk to you again. I've got a question though. Like you said, you're very left, yeah, but what's your opinion on say heinous criminals? Like, what do you think should be their punishment? Obviously you're not going to have total extinction straight away, so what would you do with like current criminals that do heinous acts like rape and murder and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's a good question.
View, it's like keeping them in prison and like keeping them safe, like Norway and stuff like that. But I don't really sympathise for those sort of criminals. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, basically, in terms of humanity existing, Currently it's just, should we let them do whatever they want? Should they go free? Should they be imprisoned? Should we rehabilitate them? But the extinctionist way of looking at it is very different, right? We only need humanity to exist so that they can help with the extinction mission. So we'd be asking, is there any point in this criminal existing? Can we rehabilitate them? If not, is there any point having them still exist? So look, I'm not saying that we would definitely, carry out the death sentence or anything like that. In an ideal world, it would be nice to think that that wouldn't be necessary. But equally, we only need humanity to exist in danger of suffering and in existing suffering so that they can help with animal extinction, etc. So, if there's really no point or it's really not going to help the mission, then maybe we would just get rid of them.
Yeah, I like that idea.
But basically, it wouldn't be a punishment, right? It would be, look, we can provide them safety, and there's no point them being in danger, right? That's kind of how we would see it.
Yeah, it seems like they're actually the most ethical way of I don't know why more people ain't talking about this. It actually makes so much sense. It's just immediately, everything just makes total sense. It's the most ethical way, everything.
Yeah,
I can't actually fault it, any of the things. I'm trying to think of what could be an alternative solution. Instead of fully execution of everything, is there something? Have you gone down like a massive down the rabbit hole?
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Not found anything else.
Absolutely. We've looked into everything. So really it comes down to, can you end all suffering without extinction, and can you do it as ethically? Because if it takes a lot longer, then it's unethical for everyone to suffer in the meantime. So can you do it? Can you end suffering at the same speed as extinction or faster? So
would you be pro zoos then? Say if what you said, the veganism argument, saying the factory farming. Obviously, some animals get abused in factories, but would you be okay with a zoo that's regulated? So the animals are all technically safe. They're all with their own tribe. That's safe. They're not around other animals that's going to harm them.
But even in their own tribes, they're not
segregated
safe, right?
Zoos essentially. And then we could have we all become vegans essentially after that.
No, the thing is, being in a zoo doesn't make you safe. You should look up Punch the monkey. There's a monkey that is in a zoo, and he's getting abused by all of the other monkeys horrifically.
Oh yeah.
Been making the rounds on social media, and it's just the
but
worst.
Couldn't they just put that monkey in a different zoo with other monkeys?
Well, no, because they shouldn't have to experience that in the first place. So the thing is, life existing, it puts it in unlimited danger, and that's wrong, basically. So you can try and say, oh, maybe he'll be fine, maybe he'll live long enough so you can transfer him to another zoo and he'll be happy there. But that's just optimism. We have to think about the pessimistic version of it, and that's the more responsible version of it, basically saying, well, what if it goes terribly wrong? We can't allow that to happen.
But isn't that because of someone put in the comments, a normal zoo would act immediately? Because this is in some zoos around different places in the world, they have different regulations, but don't really care about most of the animals. It's more about entertainment, not bothered. They're probably on little wages as well to look after the animals. So it's not really regulated that much. But I think in certain countries, they have way better animal standards than others. So maybe that could be the solution. They can tackle it before it actually gets to a bad position.
But the thing is, there really is just no way to provide an acceptable standard of safety without extinction. It's just not possible. Even in the best zoo, there's still a chance of it going horrifically wrong and being unacceptable. So there's just no way. And the same is true for pets. We would ban pet ownership as fast as possible. Nobody should have pets. At the minute, you can walk into a pet shop, buy an animal with no license, take it home and start torturing it. People are doing that. Okay, that should absolutely not be a thing.
Yeah, I agree. I have pets, but I understand there's people, there's no regulation. anyone can buy a pet.
Well, there's no regulation on life. Anyone can have a kid. Anyone can buy an animal, steal an animal, torture it. We have the least
They
regulation.
have like
on life.
regulations on fostering though. Like, you know, like, say if there's people that get like kids, like if it's not their own kid, I'm sure there's regulations for that, right?
Yeah, which is, I mean, I'm glad there are some regulations,
Yeah.
but it just doesn't make sense that we're letting psychopaths have
And
children.
still,
right
there's still issues within that system as well. There's still people that get past it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. There is no bulletproof system. There is no certainty of safety without extinction. That's the problem. So you're always going to have
You
someone
argue
fall
like
through the
more
cracks.
regulation and like say if we had CCTV everywhere, so everyone's sorry, for example, everyone's privacy is gone. So nobody has privacy if they're doing dodgy messages, if they're going on like sites to look at like say child porn and stuff like that, and all these other things, or they're trying to plot things, or they're saying things that could sound dangerous or like abusive, like this could be alerted to the authorities, and then you know what I mean. Maybe they can catch something.
The thing is, it just doesn't work, right? It just doesn't work. You know, you can get close. You can get close, right? But the thing is, life is unnecessary without certainty of safety. So you can keep saying, "Oh, what if we get closer and closer to certainty?" But no, without actual certainty, there's just no point, right? Because without certainty of safety, you have unlimited danger. So it might seem safe, but there's still literally infinite danger.
Yeah. Would you say on the roadmap to get to like the extinction, do you think like what I just suggested, maybe that needs to get
Oh
implemented?
yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, we talk about this all the time. We support improving conditions for the world, for humanity, while we're doing it. Absolutely. So yeah, look, we need to take over the world and start running it ethically. It's being run by criminals and billionaires anyway. So yeah, we need to take over the world, start running it ethically, and doing extinction, starting with animals. And yeah, we should have a one world government. We should have world peace. We should automate away all of the jobs so that, you know, robots are doing it, AI is doing it, and everyone can just be with their family until extinction.
Yeah. Have you thought about joining like the United Nations so that you can influence policies around the world instead of like just a country? Because then that means the rest of the world is still doing heinous acts, which is say if you only become Prime Minister of the UK, for example, it's a very, very small amount that's going to change. Whereas the United Nations is going to affect most of regulations.
We're really focusing on global efforts and running for, you know, becoming a politician, right? That 90% of your time is going to be taken doing, you know, politics, realistically.
Yeah.
So I don't think that would help. I think it's better to just focus all of our time on growing the movement, grassroots, and getting people around the world. And yeah, you know, we're going to start having to think about revolution and stuff like that later on. But right now, there's no point thinking about it. And, you know, even if we did the planning for it now, the world will be so different 10 years from now that it would be irrelevant.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because I feel like the world does need to move towards this. Like, obviously, it's hard for people to grasp that straight away, but like, just to end as much suffering as possible in the meantime, or like trying to fix certain things. I think you can fix it for humans, especially with like if you remove privacy. If you remove privacy, I feel like you can get a lot done. You know what I mean?
But if you're still having people
if something's
born,
kicking off, you can
but
have
even privacy doesn't solve everything. There, you can still get into an accident and end up with, you know, brain damage and chronic pain. Right, become a vegetable for you know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's like, yeah, I get what you mean. But like, I'm saying like, say if someone's in control, control, then say if someone's abusing them, they're not really in control of that. You know, like if they fall over and then they do something like that, that's their own fault almost. You know what I mean? But then it's like at the same time, you know, that's going to happen at some point maybe. You know, you never know what's going to happen. But then again, it's like you can't help other people attacking you. That's like probably something you can prevent. You can't always prevent someone falling over if they get old.
Unless you do extinction. Extinction prevents them falling over.
Yeah, but that's like the long term, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
So
saying
in the
like that what we
meantime,
can
there
do
will be
now.
suffering. In the meantime, there will be suffering. Yeah.
Yeah. But I'd say like for now, it's probably the privacy thing that's what you can get rid of. You
I've
can
thought
stop
about that as
probably
well, and
most
I think you're
people
right.
harming others.
Yeah, I think eventually every house is going to have AI with cameras. It's going to be like 1984 in some ways, but I think it'll be
Yeah.
for our own good, right? We should be happy to give up privacy. 100% gone, right? Zero privacy. And yeah, people are going to get
The EU's
angry.
already doing something, aren't they? With I think it's like with phones checking messages. That's like so. It's basically any message people sends with certain keywords. If it sounds a bit dodgy, you will get like police at your door if you're in the EU, but not everywhere, which is sad. You know what I mean? So it's like
Yeah, but you know, we're talking like, you know, in the future, really 10, 20, 30 years from now, 40 years from now, when AI is going to be replacing a lot of stuff, and part of that is I mean, you know, if every room in your house has a little chat GPT camera, then it can make sure that you're not abusing your kids, basically.
or maybe you think twice before doing something bad. You know what I mean? You probably think, okay, maybe it's not a good idea to abuse this child or attack this woman or whatever. You know, maybe I'll just live my life and try and be a good person.
So Molly is bringing up a good point, right? Oh, what? So we can't have sex, we can't have privacy. You know, we're not going to be able to do anything we want to do. Well, basically, you'll get used to having no privacy. You'll get used to having sex on camera, knowing that it's not going to care, right? The AI watching you,
it'll be an AI.
It's not going to care what you're doing. It's only going to flag any dangerous behavior.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it makes sense totally.
Yeah, Jack, thank you for coming on. It's been a pleasure. And as always, consider joining the movement, become an activist. Check out the website through the link on my profile. And do peaceful activism with us so that we can ethically carry out total extinction. Hello, how you doing?
Hi there. Just to preface, philosophically, I'm neither kind of pro nor against what you're talking about. Personally, obviously, I've got the survival instinct, so I'm not, all for pro-extinction. But what I would like to say is, would it be possible, do you think, to reduce suffering to, let's say, reasonable levels? Because with suffering comes also the opposite to that, pleasure, if you think about it in terms of Buddhist philosophies. That, for example, you're going down a water slide, it's obviously inherently dangerous, but it's incredibly exhilarating. So the danger and the potential suffering is actually exciting, and that produces pleasure.
Yeah.
And that is partly why I think life may be worth living, because there is that possibility for pleasure. And also piggybacking off of what the guy earlier was saying about mass surveillance and AI basically surveilling us constantly, it would be AI. So technically it wouldn't be an invasion of privacy, because I don't think of talking to ChatGPT as necessarily someone seeing what I'm saying. But when it comes to AI, it feels like there is an element of privacy to that. So if there was, intercourse happening, I wouldn't feel like my privacy is being invaded. And also that could hugely reduce things like abuse and suffering and whatnot. So would that maybe, do you think, reduce it to levels low enough that life would be worth living?
No, I'd say that life should never exist without certainty of safety, because the alternative is infinite danger. And you've made the mistake of thinking that you can limit it, but that's the same mistake that we're doing as a society right now, where everything looks great. You look out the window and it's a beautiful world, but you don't see the suffering because it's hidden away. Not everyone is suffering. So maybe it's a small minority. They're hidden away, crying, but they're out of sight, out of mind. That's the same mistake that we're doing now. And so no, we're against 99% safety where some are still suffering or they're still at risk of suffering. So no, real danger is not a good thing, basically.
So you want complete abolition sort of thing of any kind of suffering whatsoever?
Look, the thing is, it's not about stubbed toes. The thing is that you can't limit it to just a stubbed toe, right? That's the mistake you're making, is that thinking that we can ever limit suffering to whatever we just feel like. The world is too dangerous for that. That's not a realistic thing.
But surely with the potential of suffering, like I said with the water slide analogy, and it can be obviously applied to other things, that can actually in itself produce pleasure, so it kind of cancels
But
it out.
if the water slide is powered by the blood of victims and you're having fun going down it, then no, that's not okay.
It's not powered by the blood of victims.
How do you know? How do you know it's not?
Well,
You're
we
saying
can-
we should
we
still
can
have a
ensure it's
dangerous
not.
world. You're saying we should still have an incredibly dangerous world where some are suffering. So yeah,
Not-
the water
no, no,
slide
no.
will be powered by the blood of children.
Not incredibly dangerous world, but
But
some level.
how do
of
you know?
danger.
How do you know? You can't just click your fingers and suddenly the universe is no longer dangerous.
Maybe not the whole universe to be pedantic, no, but the Earth, there is going to be inherent risks with living on Earth. I absolutely
And
do.
why
agree
should
with
anyone be forced into that danger?
that. Forced into living and the inherent risks that come with Earth?
Yeah.
That I don't necessarily have an answer to, but I don't understand why all suffering needs to be abolished, because that could, if it's lessened to a
How much
significant
suffering would you
degree-
abolish then? How many children deserve to suffer? You know, how would you, instead of reducing that to 0, what number would you reduce it to?
I don't think children in general deserve to suffer. I think that there are things in life, for example, I go to the gym, my legs hurt, they are technically suffering, but then there's going to be the flip side to that where I become healthier, I become fitter, I become stronger.
Yeah, but we're talking about extreme suffering. That's the real problem, right?
Yeah, and I do think that should be eradicated as much as possible, but also in extinction and forcing people to die that otherwise might not want to because of their survival instincts, that would cause suffering in and of itself. So
Well, but it's the lesser of two evils, though.
is reducing suffering to as much as possible, for example, using AIs and mass surveillance, etc., isn't that the same thing though, reducing it as much as possible?
No, because extinction would reduce it even further, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily, because if someone is being forcefully...
But it would guarantee safety, right? Whereas you're saying, let's just, have unlimited danger, basically, right? Your systems have no guarantee of continuing to work, right?
I don't know. I haven't thought about this as much as you, to be completely frank. But potentially, have you thought about systems that could be implemented that would reduce suffering other than pro-extinction?
Of course.
What are they?
I've just been talking about it, right? We should absolutely improve conditions for humanity, work towards perfect conditions, world peace, try and cure every disease. Yeah, we should do all of that stuff while we're doing animal extinction. And as soon as we've done enough, or as much as we can do to provide safety for the world from being born and suffering, then we should make humanity go extinct, basically. But yeah, before we make humanity go extinct, while it's still useful, we'll have the chance to keep improving conditions. And if it gets to the point where we achieve certainty of safety, then humanity can continue to exist. But that doesn't seem realistic at the minute, and that won't be the priority either. It will be helping the sufferers instead of creating pleasure.
I think I understand. My main question to you was, so if if being forcefully killed by the pro-extinction movement is going to cause suffering to animals or to humans, etc., would be just as what's the word, painful for them as what it would with mass surveillance and AI controlling everyone, looking at everyone, and making sure that there is extremely limited suffering or less.
No, the point is that the extinction is the only way to guarantee that nobody suffers, right? What you're suggesting and what our current society does is say, we don't care if some people suffer, right? But we do, right? We have a zero tolerance policy on that. You don't, most people don't, but we should do. We should say, no chance of anyone suffering terribly.
Well, the only reason I don't have a zero policy...
Otherwise, you get a water slide powered by the blood of children.
Not necessarily, because there's
well,
grey
possibly,
areas.
though, right? Not necessarily, but that's still saying, well, forget if it happens, let's just do it anyway. That's what you're saying, not necessarily. But possibly, and that's not acceptable. Your water slide with blood is banned, okay? Get over it.
No, I'm talking about metaphorically. If you're saying that, someone working in a water treatment plant is, they've got terrible back pain or something, but they've got to keep doing it because of the wages, then yeah, that is not ideal. But yes, I'm saying it might happen at this point in time.
What might happen?
That someone with a really bad back working in a water treatment plant, for example, then they have to do it because if they don't, they can't feed their family. That is suffering. That is, I would say, unnecessary suffering. There's a way we can go about it where that doesn't happen.
That's not very extreme suffering. That's not a very good example.
I don't think any extreme suffering goes into, or it doesn't have to go into there being a water slide that exists. It doesn't have to.
No,
So
I'm saying no. There does. The water slide does exist, okay? Unless you have total extinction and total certainty of safety, then you're saying I don't care if some people suffer infinitely.
I do. I don't want people to suffer extremely, but I think that we can reduce it to such levels.
So you don't care that much, basically. You care a little bit, but not very much, right?
I do care.
No, the thing is, safety should be the top priority. It should be what we care about the most, not having pleasure at the expense of some extremely unfortunate ones that we could have protected and chose not to.
It doesn't have to be extremes, though. That's what I'm trying to say.
Why? But life is extreme. So you're living in a fantasy where, I don't like the fact that life is extreme, so I'm just going to say it's not. But
no, I'm saying it is. I'm saying absolutely it is. There's atrocities that are going on all over the world. There is extreme suffering that absolutely.
But when you say it doesn't have to be extreme, what are you basing that on? Just a fantasy, a wish?
No, I know that there is extreme suffering that is currently going on. What I'm saying is, surely it's better to work towards a world where there is significantly less and limited suffering, but there still has to be a low level amount of suffering in order for there to be pleasure that anyone experiences. Like I said.
No, because the thing is that pleasures are necessary, whereas safety from suffering is necessary, and suffering is too extreme and terrible to allow. And it's also far worse than any pleasure is good, right? Can you name a single pleasure that would justify a child being, molested to death?
No.
And if I lick an ice cream, does it mean that child doesn't matter if they get abused?
No, and you don't need.
So can you name a pleasure that makes up for it?
No, but you don't. We could completely eradicate that.
How?
Completely eradicate because
with
through
extinction?
AI. No, through AI. Have you watched that film with what's his name, Tom Cruise?
And how are you going to do that for animals?
For animals?
Yeah.
Stop them from being abused in any way by other animals?
And how are you going to do that?
I suppose there could be, kind of mass farming for animals, but we don't actually kill them at the end. There's a vegan sanctuary that.
So they'll still be forced to be born, and some will suffer terribly with diseases and depression and stuff like that, but you don't care?
We could work towards medical advances instead of funding ridiculous things like weapons and nuclear stuff. We can work towards medical advances for animals to reduce their suffering as much as possible so that they can still enjoy life and pleasures.
But the thing is that what you're suggesting is still going to cause and guarantee the worst cruelty possible, right? And what's the point? A little bit of pleasure. So is the pleasure really worth it? Should we put children in unlimited danger so that we can have fun?
No, we should work to reduce that as much as possible.
But you're saying that we should still keep them in that danger, right? We shouldn't eliminate the danger is what you're saying because we can have fun.
No.
Yes. Absolutely yes.
No.
You are saying we shouldn't eliminate that danger, right?
No, we should eliminate that danger.
You're saying we can benefit from that danger existing.
We should eliminate that danger as much as humanly possible without ending life.
Why?
Because ending life in and of itself, because of our survival instincts, will be suffering in and of itself.
Do you think it would be more suffering than billions of years of more suffering?
Billions of years of what, sorry?
Suffering.
No, but we can reduce suffering as much as humanly possible, and we have done over the centuries. There used to be people that would be born.
But you're just blindly optimistic then that everything will work out and it will never go wrong.
I think that there
But
is a
basically,
scientific possibility.
you're allowing for the worst abuse possible, right? You're allowing for the worst cruelty possible. You're saying that children should be subjected to the worst abuse, even physically possible, so that some people can have fun, right? That's not
No.
acceptable.
No, I
Yeah.
think, like I said,
That's it. You're done. You stop lying. You are saying that. When you're saying we should reduce suffering, that's like saying we should reduce slavery instead of ending it, because we still benefit from the slavery. It's the exact same thing, and she was too stupid to understand that she was even saying that, right? Either that or she was just lying. But yeah, she was like, well, who cares if some children get abused, right? As long as we still have fun, just ignore them. And that's unfortunately what, quite a few guests have done on the stream today. I've said, what about those children though? What about the sufferers who will still suffer even if you're reducing suffering? And they say, well, forget them basically, ignore them, just pretend they don't exist. And then the question is, well, but do you not care about how badly they suffer? You realize there's no limit on how badly they can suffer, right? Once they're in the basement of a psychopath, once an animal has been captured by a sadist, once an abusive father, has his grips around that child, there's no limit on how much they can suffer. So you are saying, just let them suffer. Just who cares how bad it is? Who cares how long it goes on for? Doesn't matter. And so this idea that we shouldn't prevent suffering, we shouldn't end that danger, right? We should exploit the danger. No, we should provide safety. And yeah, these people they have no regard for the victims, no regard whatsoever. And we take it to the logical extreme, right? And what is the logical extreme? It's to say, well, okay, well, what if the entire planet is suffering and just one person is happy? These chuckleheads will still say, yeah, that's fine. Okay? They absolutely will. So they have unlimited acceptance of suffering. They are incapable of making responsible decisions when it comes to providing safety. Okay? They are incapable of making safe decisions, responsible decisions. They will always say, ignore the sufferers, let them suffer, doesn't matter how badly they suffer, we're just going to ignore them and we're going to focus on pleasure. And if our pleasure, maybe some crumbs will fall down and help them, and that's our plan, basically. We're going to be selfish and hope that maybe there'll be some trickle-down economics, maybe we'll throw them some crumbs. No, okay? We shouldn't have a world with children in basements being tortured, with animals being filmed on the dark web and being tortured. That's not acceptable. And the thing is that the pleasure in this world is just so shallow. It's not worth it, right? And so again, that mentality that we have now and that she was advocating for is one of just ignore the sufferers, just don't even think about them. So what should we do instead then, right? Her plan was, well, let's reduce suffering, but not actually end it, okay? So let's still have some sufferers, basically. Let's still have some children screaming in pain so that we can have fun, right? So this idea that life has to exist even if some are suffering, it just doesn't make sense. There's nobody having such an amazing time that it makes up for a child being, tortured and animals suffering. Okay, I'll try and use some different examples, but someone living with extreme depression, that's just cruel. It's unfair, and it's also unnecessary. Okay, so it's completely unnecessary. It allows for unlimited suffering, unlimited cruelty. It's literally saying we should never ever try and provide safety, right? What if her plan goes wrong, right? What if it works out way worse? What if pro-lifers start, just taking animals all over the universe and populating planets with even more suffering? That will probably happen, right? Because, unless we say that, no life deserves to be forced to suffer terribly, then, you're never going to care if that happens, right? It's like, think of it this way. So we should absolutely care about the ultimate harm, which is extreme suffering and being trapped in the life of pure suffering, pure hell where you're begging for death. She's saying we shouldn't care about that. We should care more about fun and pleasure. So, you're never going to really abolish extreme suffering if you're saying it doesn't matter, right? You're never going to responsibly care about the sufferers if you're saying, well, their suffering doesn't really matter as long as someone's having fun, right? So they have this kind of mentality that suffering just has zero value, doesn't matter, and that the pleasure has infinite value, right? So therefore, it doesn't matter how many people suffer, as long as pleasure exists, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter how badly, how many suffer, as long as some pleasure exists. This is an animalistic mentality. This is a cruel, sadistic mentality that leads to the worst forms of oppression and misery. But yeah, really, we have to have a zero tolerance policy on life being forced to exist in unsafe conditions. Clearly, she doesn't care if it happens, right? And so when would she be implementing that policy that, okay, let's not have life anymore suffering terribly? Never, basically. These people just don't care, right? And they've said, we shouldn't care about the sufferers, we should ignore them, and just focus on pleasure, focus on being selfish. But it just doesn't make sense, right? You can't reduce suffering and be ethical at the same time. You can't say, yeah, allow the suffering so that we can benefit, right? So what I'm trying to say to you guys is that it's extremely unethical, right? Extremely unethical. It's like the opposite of ethics and morality. Because you either say, right, suffering is unacceptable, and it's not okay, it's not right, we should ban it, or you say, yeah, forget them, let's just have fun and not care about them. Look, people like the last woman, they try to make it they try to make it make sense, right? They try to make it sound like it's an ethical position, that we should just allow unlimited suffering as long as there's some pleasure. They try to make it sound like they've thought this through, like this is a good system, an ethical system, like it's something you can defend, right? But why should anyone have to suffer terribly? And why shouldn't we say that is unacceptable? Why should the worst suffering be acceptable just so that others can have fun? And what's the ratio on this, right? So, ideally, there should be a ratio that we can hold you to account with, where we say, right, how many children being molested to death? How much ice cream do we need to lick? How many happy people do we need to make that work, right? So, for example, if half of the world is screaming in pain and half of the world is happy, is that a good ratio? Is that acceptable? Is there a point at which we're going to say, okay, the suffering is too much? Is there a point at which she would have said, okay, 99% of the world is screaming in pain and begging for death. Okay, I guess if only 1% is happy, then we can do extinction. Would she have said that? But the thing is that that's the system we've already got, right? Where literally over 99% of life on this planet is in a terrible situation where they would have been better off not being born. Over 99% of animals born in nature get eaten alive as babies, right? So yeah, the vast majority of life is in a terrible situation right now. And she's saying we should just ignore them. We shouldn't care about them. But also, does it even begin to make sense to say that, we should ethically reduce suffering and not end suffering? Is that... I'm trying to understand if you can even pretend that it's a coherent way of thinking to say that, we can ethically reduce suffering without banning it, right? We can ethically reduce suffering while saying, yeah, we could end it, but we're not going to. So you would need some sort of framework to justify this, I guess. But, most life right now is suffering terribly. So even on that basis, it doesn't make sense. But yet fundamentally, it comes down to saying that some pleasure justifies some suffering, right? That they should suffer because it's for the greater good. We shouldn't end their suffering because it's necessary. Their suffering is necessary. So, is it necessary? Well, pleasure existing is not necessary, okay? If it were, then we'd all have the moral obligation to be having 1,000 children, right? Because, yeah, if non-existence is a bad thing, go and have kids, right? So, no, pleasure doesn't need to exist. It's unnecessary. It's shallow, right? I mean, think about it this way. How many happy people right now are living lives so amazingly good that it makes up for one person with extreme depression for their whole life? You know? Are they having as much fun as that person is suffering, right? If begging for death every day, you're suffering this badly, are the happy people really having that much fun? Where they're just like, oh my God, I love life. Ah! No, right? They're not. But those who are suffering, it's like, okay, if this is like the line for nothingness and this is happiness, goes up to here, suffering goes down to like here. It's like, it's shocking, okay? There's nothing that makes up for it. So it's extreme, it's terrible, it can't be allowed, it should be banned, and there's no amount of pleasure that comes close to making up for it. You just can't. And so, yeah, unfortunately, again, her way of going forward, if you just reduce suffering instead of ending it, you will have the worst things, the worst tragedies possible, right? The very worst. Like, again, imagine the worst life ever lived, okay? Like, ever, right? We can't even begin to imagine how bad it would have been, right? And, let's imagine it was 50 years long, right? Of the worst life ever lived on Earth. Would you want to live that, right? If someone said, tomorrow you're going to wake up in that life and have to live the whole thing, unless you, kill 1,000 people today. There's a good chance you're probably going to try and do it, right? Because that would be really bad. 50 years of the worst life ever. I mean, I'm not saying go and kill people. I'm saying you'd be like, oh my God, no, please, no. You'd be begging, right? Like, please, God, save me from that, right? Basically being sent to hell. So why should any innocent children or animals or people effectively have to go to hell and to be tortured horrifically just so that some can have fun? Is that a good system? Is that a necessary system? It doesn't make sense. Why should children be born into dungeons and be begging for death? It's not justifiable. And the thing is that life doesn't need to exist. It's unnecessary. Pretty much every animal on the planet is having an unfulfilling life. They don't have the intelligence to actually enjoy life properly. They're in survival mode 99% of the time. They're looking for food. They're avoiding danger. They're starving. They're freezing. They've got parasites and ticks. They're not enjoying life, right? So the vast majority of life is just not really worth it anyway. And then, yeah, you're going to have it's just crazy to say that, allow infinite suffering. Because again, unless you focus on providing safety from suffering, you're allowing infinite suffering. You can't just wish that, that child won't suffer that badly. You can't, wish there to be a limit on how much it suffers. There won't be, right? It can be terrible. And it will be terrible. And it will probably be way worse than you like to think. So, we shouldn't condemn anyone to this. And yeah, there will be just billions of more years of victimization and lives of pure hell unless we stop it. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense that life should just exist like this. And it's unnecessary. It's just unnecessary. All right, let's get some more people on. Okay. Bringing on our next guests. But yeah, overall, it's an extremely incoherent, inconsistent position to say that it's ethical to reduce suffering, more ethical than it is to end suffering. Because again, by default, you're saying that some pleasure justifies some suffering, right? That's the dynamic. Okay, so if we allow life, existence to continue, we're saying that some suffering is fine as long as there's some pleasure. But that's just an inherently unethical position to begin with, because how can you really control the ethics of that? You can't. You just can't. It essentially, what it really is an appeal to the status quo, an appeal to not thinking. Okay, so nature didn't really think about what it was doing. It doesn't have a brain. Nature's just a process, and yeah, nature's pretty unethical, right? Nature's brutal. It's savage, but that's the same system that we have now, right? The exact same system where life is just being born into whatever situations and suffering terribly, no matter what, right? So yeah, it really is. She was just appealing to the status quo, to doing nothing, and to just whatever happens, right? Which is like saying, who cares if they suffer? I don't give a damn. So yeah, really, it's about just not thinking. The whole reducing suffering mentality is, well, yeah, if we go with reducing suffering, I don't have to think. We don't have to change anything, right?
Bro, you're fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid, right?
Why don't... But if you think like that, why don't you just end your own suffering, you fucking imbecile, you fucking stupid?
That's
Why do you
exactly
encourage
what I
everyone-
was thinking. That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, so reducing suffering, incredibly unethical. Reducing slavery instead of ending slavery is wrong. That woman would have been, probably the wife of a slave owner, and she would have been saying, we shouldn't end slavery because think of all the benefit we get from it, right? Maybe we should give them pillows. Maybe we should give them cushions. Maybe we can give them like a bank holiday every now and then, but we should still be whipping them and beating them and making them work hard because, the beautiful balance of our pleasure makes it worth it. All right, let's see who else we got in the queue. Okay, working on the queue now. I mean, to be fair, despite how triggered I got, it is a good topic, to work on. Reducing suffering versus ending suffering. Fundamentally, it's like saying, "Oh, hello, how you doing?"
Hello. Do you consider yourself like an accelerationist?
No,
Why?
I'm an extinctionist, not an accelerationist. It's different, completely
What's the
different.
difference?
We're about causing total extinction. Accelerationism is about trying to make the world worse.
No, I don't know. Sounds similar.
No, it's very different. The point of accelerationism is to have more pleasure at the end of it, right? We're about safety from suffering. It's completely different.
I don't suffer.
Well, good for you. Yeah, it's like children are suffering terribly right now. We should help them. What's your response? Well, I don't suffer. This is the average human that we're dealing with. All right. Who is in the queue? Who are we going to bring up? So no, we're not ethelists. Ethelists are lazy people that are... So ethelism is strictly against activism. And I will go to my death defending that position. See who we can get on the stream. Trying to bring someone on. Hello.
Hello. I used to be like an anti-existent kind of guy, but I think like if it's the ball is already rolling, right? Because we're here, right? And if there was nothing in the beginning and never something, I would be okay with it. But we're already like in this too deep. That's what I'm thinking. And this reminds me of Kevorkian, because that's what he did. He ended their suffering. Do you remember Kevorkian, the doctor?
No, but no, nobody should. No. Look, nobody deserves to be forced to suffer, though, right? We should abolish that.
Also, I think if you're suffering, you have a choice not to, as an individual. Like you look at the bright sides, right? Even how much you're suffering.
So when you get terminal cancer, would you say it's optional whether you choose to suffer?
Well, that's what Kevorkian did. You have cancer, he'll eat.
All right, let's move on to someone a bit smarter than that. Yeah, these people that think that suffering is a choice. I don't know what's going on through their heads. Hello, how you doing?
How are you doing? I'm doing great.
Good, thank you.
Okay, so I'm not here to debate you. I just have a question. Is that okay?
Yeah.
I'm curious about your personal reason as to why you got into this movement. Like, what's your story? Why did you get into it? What drove you to doing that?
Yeah, I realized that the world was terrible, that we had to do something about it. And I also, understood that suffering was too extreme and terrible to allow, unacceptable. And that, extinction was the only way to provide safety from anyone else having to be born into a life that they didn't want, didn't ask for, and to then terribly suffer.
Okay, yeah, that's valid. But is like, what was the exact moment you realized that this is the move? Like, this had to happen. What was the moment that you realized that fully and you?
Well, I'd say that thinking about the world and what would be the right thing for it, that's, a journey I went on for a long number of years before I found extinction. So that kind of helped me open my mind to it. And then a year ago, the movement reached out to me, invited me to help end all suffering. And I pretty much immediately understood that it was possible and the right thing to do.
But I do agree with you to a certain extent, but I don't think it's gonna be possible ever. I don't think that everyone in the world is ever gonna agree to this movement. While
that's the same thing that people thought when people tried to end slavery, tried to get women's rights to vote and equality. People have always said this will never happen, right? When they tried to end slavery, people said it's existed for thousands of years. You'll never end it. When they tried to get women's rights, they said women have never had rights in thousands of years. It will never happen. So society has always been like that, but people have still said, no, this is the right thing. We have to change it.
But I think some people do enjoy suffering in this life and it provides them with purpose.
So you care more about the lucky ones than the unlucky ones?
No, I haven't included my personal opinion. I'm just like saying, for example, because for some people, suffering can be the whole drive, like behind why they're doing
But
things.
that's my point, is that, it sounds like you're just ignoring the unlucky ones and saying, let's just focus on the lucky ones.
But are you ignoring the lucky ones then?
No.
Then what?
So if you care about all life, then you'll care about those that are suffering, and you'll realize that it's too terrible and extreme to allow. Whereas those that are happy, they don't need that, right? And so the ones that are suffering, they need the safety far more than anyone else needs to live.
But don't you think that life has always been this way? I mean, it's never been fair, even.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we should just leave it the same way it is and have a terrible world.
Okay, but do you think, like, for the pro-extinction movement, do you think that animals also should cease to exist?
Yeah, they suffer worse than we do. Most animals get eaten alive, right? Can you imagine being eaten alive? How would being eaten alive rank in terms of the worst experiences you've ever had, right?
I don't think that would feel good, no. But animals also eat each other. It's part of nature.
Yeah, but again, nature isn't a good reason to allow suffering, though.
Why not?
Because it's not a reason. You're saying, well, that's just the way it is. So that's the opposite of a reason.
Can you explain that in other words, maybe? Because I don't get that.
Yeah. So to say, oh, that's just nature, that's the opposite of thinking. That's the opposite of logic. That's like saying, it's just the way it is. But no, that's not an argument, basically.
Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you. That was my question. Thanks for answering.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for coming on. So, I want to get back to the reducing suffering thing, because I feel like I didn't do the best job I could have done at debunking it, and I'm aware of that. But really what it comes down to is caring about life, okay? So if you actually care about all life and every last life form, then essentially the equation that your brain will do is, okay, nobody actually needs to live. It is optional. Like, it's not really necessary, or, nothing bad will happen if they stop existing. But those that are suffering, it's so extreme and terrible that, oh my God, we have to help them. Okay? Whereas her opinion was, who cares about them? Right? So you can't say that you care about the sufferers and then say, who cares, right? It just doesn't make sense. So, yeah, humans have evolved to not care about the sufferers, to not care about suffering, and to have infinite acceptance of it. So that's why we let people buy animals and torture them. That's why we let anyone have a kid. It's not because we're, evil for evil's sake. It's because we evolved that way. Evolution just made it so that those who went against nature and against having kids went extinct, and those that did, they didn't go extinct, and they're the only ones that are left, basically. So we live in a world of those that irresponsibly did have loads of children, and some of them survived and carried on that irresponsible gene, and will keep having children irresponsibly. Is it a responsible thing to do, to just allow life blindly? Well, in her opinion, just see what happens, who cares, right? Maybe it'll be fine. No, we need higher standards for life than that. We need certainty of safety for everyone. And also, again, getting back to the reducing suffering argument, you're still going to be in unlimited danger. Everyone will still be in danger. Yes, only the unlucky ones will bear the worst of that. But the rational position is to not even want to be in any danger. So the thing is that the risk that we're in of extreme suffering, brain damage, chronic pain, becoming a vegetable, you name it, right? The risk that we're in outweighs everything. It outweighs all of it, okay? So, even if you're basically in heaven, right? Even if you're in a utopia, knowing that you're in unlimited danger, right? And that, all you're getting out of that is essentially something completely worthless in comparison. Getting to live for 10 years or 50 years, whatever it is, to have some experiences, essentially, when you put it into the context of unlimited danger of the worst things possible happening to me, being trapped in a life of pure hell, being trapped in extreme suffering, intensity of suffering so bad that you never thought it was possible, it does make it so that, what you get out of that, the reward, the life of just some average experiences, is completely worthless. So extinction isn't just about helping others, it's about everyone benefits from it, right? Nobody should want to be in unlimited danger for very little return. Okay? And again, we go through the world just thinking, oh, it's fine, as everyone else around us gets picked off and becomes trapped in lives of hell and suffering. And it's like, well, it didn't happen to me yet, so everything's fine. but that's blindness, that's optimism, and that optimism causes suffering to yourself and others. And yeah, you know, how many people have thought, oh, everything will be fine, and then they get trapped in a life of pure hell? Okay? I mean, loads of people. Hello, how you doing?
Yeah. Hi, sir. I'm fine. How about you?
Good, thank you.
So, what are we debating about right now?
Do you think life should go extinct to end all suffering?
So, personally, I don't, because like you are agree with the pain and stuff, but how about the joy we have in this like earth?
Yeah, the thing is that the sufferers suffer too terribly, right? You know, if you care about the sufferers, then you wouldn't subject that to, you wouldn't subject them to be tortured just so that some can have a little bit of, you know, fun.
Okay, but wouldn't the number of like people who are happy is like more than the sad or like suffering people?
Happiness can never, no amount of happy people can ever make up for one of our fellow life forms being tortured. Right? The happiness is optional, it's unnecessary, it's a privilege, right? It's not something you need. It doesn't need to exist, right? Whereas, you know, we should make sure that all of our children are safe first.
How about torture? You think like it's a real thing, or like it's just a feeling that our brain makes processes?
It's the same thing, right? Yeah, suffering
Yeah,
is
okay.
real. Suffering is real.
Okay, I understand your point, but like, what do you think about like people who want to live their life and like have children?
They don't need it. They don't need it.
You think it's unnecessary?
It's nowhere near as necessary as, you know, being safe from being tortured.
I understand your point, sir. All right. Thanks
Thank
for
you.
the debate.
No worries. But yeah, the ultimate harm is to force someone to exist when they didn't ask for it, and to then be trapped in a life of pure hell, begging for death, wishing they'd never been born, right? You can't name something worse than that, okay? Because it is effectively the same as going to hell, right? Being sent into a horrible place where you're tortured for what seems like forever. Okay, it is basically hell. So should we send children to hell so that some people can have fun? Hell no. All right. Procopton, I know you want to come up, but we've got loads of people in the queue right now. And, you know, people want to see new opinions, new faces, hear some new people. I'll try and get you on afterwards. Hello, how you doing?
Like happy people, unhappy people. And in fact, I remember like they tell a lot of like teenagers don't expect to find like happiness.
Okay, sorry, it sounds like you got a bad microphone there. Honestly, it sounded like the TV was on in the background or something, even though it was you talking. Okay, they didn't come on, so let's get Procopton Stower coming on now. Hello.
Hello. I just have like 2 questions.
Bring it on.
I won't be. So, do you think suffering being objectively bad is self-explanatory? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't need to ask you another question. That's it.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think it should be self-explanatory. I think people that struggle to understand that suffering is bad just they're coming from a position of extreme privilege, right? You know, if you've been tortured before, like I have, then yeah, you can say it's bad. You can absolutely say it's bad, right? It's obviously bad. No one wants to be tortured. It's the worst thing possible. So yeah, it should be obvious, and you know, it's really just slave owner mentality that says that suffering isn't bad. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So I basically agree with you to some extent, but I'm more an advocate of antinatalism. But I'm just curious, how would you plan to like execute your mission? Like, are you planning to like kill everybody, or what are you planning to do? Because you can't infringe on people's rights to their
Why not?
body. Like, you can't
Why not?
tell them not to
Why
have
not?
kids. So what is your plan? I just
Why
want to know.
can't we infringe? We already infringe, right? When
Yeah,
we have
yeah. I mean,
laws, we enforce laws. So
yeah, but those laws that we enforce, the ones that are like breaking the limits of basically like people's autonomy, forcing people to do something, we consider those laws bad, right? So you would be doing the same thing, basically
no, but life
forcing
is already
people
doing
not to
that.
have children.
Life is doing that already, much worse.
I
So
mean,
this
yeah,
is
people are already forcing life into this world. I agree with that.
yeah.
That's why.
So we have to use force to defend life. If you don't enforce what's right, then what's wrong will be enforced instead.
So you think that to accomplish this mission, you should force other people to not have kids, like everyone?
It's not about forcing them to not have kids. We prefer euthanasia over sterilization. So
So
we would do animal
what's
extinction.
euthanasia? Can you define it for me? I don't know the exact meaning.
It's like to put an animal out of its misery. It's what veterinarians do. It's what doctors do to people that are too sick.
So you would basically kill everybody.
Euthanize them. Yeah.
Yeah, basically the same thing, right? If I'm not getting the definition wrong.
Well, no, it is a different thing. Euthanasia is done for ethical reasons. So killing isn't. And so yeah, we would be providing everyone with safety. That's what we would be helping them with.
So do you think it's actually like realistically possible in any world that you would achieve your goal?
Yeah, I mean it's the right thing to do. So we have that advantage that it's the right thing to do, and yeah, the sufferers need us to do it. So that need is never going to go away.
I mean, yeah, I agree that it's a bad thing to like. I agree with you to some extent, but I just don't think it's realistic that you would convince everyone in the world, or
But we don't need to, right? Most societal changes have only relied on less than 1% of the population. Most people just sit at home and do nothing.
So you think you could convince that less than 1% of the population?
We could potentially carry out a revolution with 1% of the population. Yeah, potentially. I'm not saying that's how it's going to go down. I'm just saying it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I agree that like if no life existed at all in the first place, that would be infinitely better than what's happening right now.
Yeah.
But even if I agreed with you completely, I just don't think it's possible given that you're basically the only person I've ever seen or I've ever heard of
I didn't
that's
even start this
actively.
movement. No, I didn't start this movement. There's loads of people.
How many?
Loads, dozens.
Okay, I mean, sure, that's what I wanted to ask, I guess.
Yeah, I would suggest you can join our Discord through the website, and you can see how many people there are. You can also go to my profile on TikTok and look for my recent announcement video. It's a text card on TikTok, so it's just written in the videos, and it explains that you can now easily follow all of our activists. So there's an account on TikTok it's following all 37 of our video making activists on TikTok. You can go on that video and it will show you how to follow all of them so that you can see everyone's videos that we're making.
Sure, I mean, I just know that if you just came across one of my family members or friends or something and you just basically enforced a law that quote unquote put them down, I would not be happy with that, of course. So
but we'd be providing safety, so they need to
yeah,
be safe
yeah, but like what I'm saying is if we had a mechanism where we could just snap our fingers and everyone could all at the same time painlessly go out of existence, sure, but I don't think you should like providing safety for I guess, unborn children, but you're also, murdering, killing my friend, putting them down. Doesn't
But
matter. So
life
I don't
is
think.
doing the killing, right? Life itself will kill a lot more people. So we have to do it just once and be done with it. Otherwise, it will carry
I
on way
know,
worse.
I know what you're saying. I get it, but I just don't think it's that simple.
Why? Why?
Okay, I guess. Thanks for the conversation.
Okay, thank you. So this is what I'm always trying to say, is that there is no argument against extinction. You say why, or you ask for further reasoning and they just nope out. There is no argument against the end of all suffering. There is no argument against providing safety for everyone, right? There is no argument against creating a fair world for everyone. And a fair world means prioritizing safety and prevention of suffering, okay? So fairness means that, if you've got billionaires and then poor people, you make it fair. Fairness means that if you have sufferers and then, happy, selfish people, you make it fair with total extinction so that they don't have to suffer terribly so that some selfish ones can have fun. Okay? So you can't have some people being tortured and others having fun, maybe even being the torturers, and say it's a fair system. You can't have a system where people are born into a body that they didn't ask for, a gender that they didn't ask for, a family that they didn't ask for, a species that they didn't ask for, and extreme suffering that they didn't ask for, a life of pure hell where they're begging for death every second of it. There's nothing fair about that. You can't say, well, it's fair because, two other people are having fun even if they're being tortured. That's not fair, right? Fairness means, basically, it means looking after those who need help the most first, right? So people are scared of fairness because it means taking away their privilege and helping those that actually need help. So that's the pinnacle of being selfish and not caring if someone suffers terribly for your benefit. So in a fair world, we would immediately prioritize those who are suffering the worst. That should be obvious, right? If someone needs help more, why would you give the help to someone who needs it less? That's the opposite of fair. Okay? And ultimately, I think I'm lagging a bit, hang on. Ultimately, if you care about every single last life form, then you would understand that suffering is unacceptable and that, life having a bit of fun, privilege is meaningless, it's shallow, it's worthless, right? They don't need to be having fun. We need to protect those that are suffering and being tortured. You can't really say that you care about the sufferers and then just ignore them and say, doesn't matter how badly they suffer as long as someone's happy. Right? Doesn't matter how badly they suffer as long as someone's happy. Sounds like you care about them. Hello.
Hello, what's up?
Yeah, not much, you?
Not much. I didn't even know I was in here. But yeah, what's good, man?
Yeah. Do you have any questions?
I was just wondering, what's your plan to do all this?
So we grow the movement until we have enough people to change the world, start running it ethically, and then carry out animal extinction, prevention of life coming back, and then finally human extinction by force.
All right, well, what about, just leaving the animals, because they were here before us?
They suffer worse than we do.
But I think they suffer worse because of what humans have done to this planet.
No. We're not the ones eating them alive.
No, I mean, yeah, I agree.
So, it's really nature that makes animals suffer the worst. They starve to death, they freeze to death, they burn alive in wildfires, they're born with, brain damage, chronic pain, they have no shelter, no medicine, no safety, no food. It's pretty bad.
All right, I mean, I would agree that, this Earth does cause a lot of suffering, but you think this could be carried out, versus, governments and militaries worldwide?
Hey James, you've been doing this for years. If the goal is to build a community to like, make this happen, then how come the only community you built is people who think you're fucking insane? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like
Well,
you're trying to build a movement, but your movement, the 109 people in here don't fucking like you, nor do they agree with you. So where's the movement? Where's the
Well,
movement, man?
okay, good. Yeah. Well, like I explained, you can now see how many activists we have on TikTok. We have plenty others on other platforms like Instagram.
No, you don't. What's the number, James?
Okay, well,
Give me
I'll
a
show you the
number.
proof. I'll show you.
Give me
So
a number.
go on my TikTok profile, and
No,
you will
you can
see.
show your screen and show me. There
Yeah.
is no movement. Otherwise, people would have heard about it.
Okay, I mean, I can tell you the handle. I can tell you the TikTok handle, which is at end suffering and then the digit 4 at end suffering 4. Go to that channel and see who they're following. They're following 37 extinction video making activists on TikTok. We've made that account so that everyone can follow
I
all of
need
them.
a direct number of people on that community that support you, not that bullshit. You have 109 people watching. How many of these people do you think that you can actually convince that this shit? Because like when you look in the camera, you look like a fucking like you
I'm
would
willing to bet
unalive.
there's at least one. I'm willing to bet there's at least one.
But like your eyes like look like you would straight up just kill someone and not give a fuck.
I would.
Like you
I
look
would.
like
Yeah, I would do it.
holy fuck, holy shit. Okay, that's an easy report. You were fucking insane, dude. You were a danger to society. You just literally admitted that you would just murder somebody and not give a shit. That's insane.
We would provide safety without hesitation.
What's the safety? Explain the safety.
Safety from suffering, right?
What's the suffering?
Well,
Without
there's suffering in life,
enjoyment,
right?
there
You
is no
can only
suffering.
be.
Suffering does not exist without enjoyment. Period. If you take away all suffering, suffering no longer exists, but no longer does anything positive, right?
Yeah, but it's
So
more important
without
that no
anything
suffering
positive,
exists.
suffering doesn't exist. So
More
therefore, your argument
important. It's
doesn't
more
stand.
important for there to be
There
no
has to
suffering.
be suffering for there to be enjoyment. So you can't argue
Which
that,
is why
man.
we should abolish it, right? That's what child abusers
No,
do.
we
They
shouldn't
say, well,
abolish
I'm
it.
having fun, even if you
Is
suffer.
everybody a child abuser? Is every child in the world getting abused?
Yes, you are a child abuser if you're saying that children
Every
should
single
keep
child
suffering.
in the world is getting abused.
I never said that. So stop straw manning.
So again, your argument
And
doesn't
you're
stand.
done. So that's a classic straw man. One of the very classic straw mans that you will see during my streams. And this one will come up very often, so you will see it again. They say the exact same thing, which is, so you think everyone is suffering. Okay? Now, the reason they say this is because of brain damage, basically. And it's a very specific structure which makes them say this. Okay? And basically, they can't understand the idea of nuance and, complex reasoning and things like that. So they have to assume, they have to generalize, because in the same way that they don't have enough brain space for nuance, they have to generalize into a stupid way and say, so you think everyone is suffering? Well, no, but nobody should have to suffer. We know that many are suffering and that it's not fair and not acceptable. But they strawman it by saying, so you think everyone's suffering? Ha! Well, that's not true. I'm not suffering. No, extinct. But funnily enough, that same logic exposes how much suffering they'll allow, because they'll only care or maybe agree to extinction if everyone is suffering, including themselves, right? So they'd be happy for 99% of the world to suffer as long as they're happy. And it's only if every last person is suffering, then they'll say, okay, maybe suffering should be stopped. There you have it, folks. There you have it. Okay, let's get some more people on. All right, who have we got next? I'm surprised this dude is still walking. Yeah. Hello
Hi.
again.
Yeah, hi again. I was wondering, aren't you like, are you not afraid of the audience that you're attracting with this type of movement? This is just a question. I'm not criticizing you or anything. I'm just curious. Because I feel like this will attract people that have already given up on life and see no way out. So they might think that this movement is it, or this is the only way, Or it can also attract incels or also like dangerous people who just.
No. So you might think so, but our movement is for intelligent people only, rational people, empathetic and compassionate people. So yes, we do get bad people trying to join. Almost every day we get terrorists trying to join, saying they want to do murder and violence and stuff. And we say, no, you're banned, you're not allowed in. And we do check. So yeah, sure, those people are going to exist. They're out there. You can't help that. But we can absolutely turn them away, and we can say peaceful activism only, which we do say all the time.
But in the end of the day, you stated once that when you have enough people in the movement, that you guys are gonna it's gonna be forceful. I don't think that's peaceful.
It's more peaceful than life itself. So it doesn't matter if it's not peaceful. It's
But
the lesser.
don't you think this is a bit subjective? Because
No.
not everyone experiences. I don't think anyone
So you're
experiences.
doing it again. So you would only support ending
I finish my
suffering if
sentence?
everyone suffers terribly.
Can I finish my sentence?
No.
Dude, if you want to debate, like respectfully, you have to let me finish my sentence. I'll let you finish your sentence.
So you'd only support ending suffering if everyone suffers.
This is not what I'm saying. I think everyone suffers.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, it might sound like it, but I'm telling you, it's not what I'm saying. Because everyone suffers in the end of the day, and not everyone thinks about it the same way.
Yeah. So it's only if everyone's being tortured. So if 99% are being tortured,
Well, yes, of
forget
course,
them.
because you want it to be
Ignore them.
fair. It's unfair if some people do enjoy suffering and they have to like go extinct. Maybe some people do enjoy suffering. Don't you think that's unfair to kill them as well?
So you would prioritize those that are you just totally coasting along fine over those that are begging for help.
Well, I mean, you can do both
Yes.
at the same time. That's what's fair. It's
Ow.
fair if
Ow.
everyone is pleased. It's fair if
Ow.
everyone is happy, right?
You're living in a fantasy now. You've moved on to did you fall asleep and start dreaming? Because
I
you're not
think
talking about the real
I
world.
think this whole movement is a fantasy. I might even go as
So how can we end all suffering without extinction, like you said?
you can't. You
Okay.
can't. You
So,
can't.
right.
It's
So
not
so we
natural.
so,
It's
yeah,
not
extinction's
supposed to
the only
happen.
extinction's the only right thing then.
But I mean, who are you to decide that people should go extinct? If you know what I mean.
I'm an
Who is
activist,
one
right?
person?
I'm the one that's making this.
Okay, and
looked
who are
into
you
it.
advocating for? People who suffer?
Say again.
Who are you advocating for with this movement? People
Everyone,
who suffer?
everyone. All life should be extinct. Everyone benefits from being extinct
How?
because it provides certainty of safety, which is a
How?
good thing.
How do you know you're gonna be safe after that?
Because you won't suffer. Nothing will make you suffer.
But you don't know that because
Yeah,
no
we
one
do.
knows what happens after that. No.
Yeah, we do know that your mind, your brain, your memories, it all depends on the physical hardware, and that it changes along with those physical changes. So yeah, there's nothing after death.
You don't know that for certain.
But by that mentality, someone could say, well, I'm gonna raise a child in my dungeon and molest it to death. You would say, well, fine, do it. I won't stop you because because it could be better off than not existing.
But that does not happen very often.
But so you don't care if it does happen.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't care, but it's.
It
to the
sounds
point-
like it. It doesn't happen very often. It doesn't sound like you care very much.
I think everyone should fend for himself, and if
Children are being tortured. Doesn't happen very often. Me?
I'm aware
Yeah, I
that
care
children are being
loads.
tortured.
Doesn't happen very often, but yeah, I care.
Okay, does this movement even get funded, like financially?
Oh, that's it. You're done. Trying to say you care and then be like, I don't care. Of course I care. Oh man, see, these people lie. They're not honest, right? So we shouldn't treat them with the utmost respect and politeness because they are being dishonest, right? Hello, how you doing?
Hey, James.
What's good?
Hey, listen, a couple weeks ago, I was kind of opposed to your movement, but then I had a life-changing event in my life. And now I'm more on your side.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I got kicked in the head by a horse.
Really?
Yeah, a doctor said the brain damage is irreversible.
Seriously?
Yeah, now I'm on your side.
Well, sometimes it does take a bit of brain damage to agree with us. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with that statement. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that it clicked things into the right place for you. Join the movement through our Discord, and I'm sure you'll be one of our best activists. Yeah, I mean, I got kicked in the head by a buffalo, and I woke up and realized extinction is right. So, yeah, join the gang. And for everyone in the chat, yes, I realized shortly after it started that he was trolling. But you know, we appreciate trolls on this stream. We appreciate a bit of fun, a bit of lightheartedness. You know, we're dealing with a lot of suffering here, a lot of dark concepts. We could do with a bit of levity, a bit of a laugh every now and then. It's All Legos says, everyone should report this guy. He said he wouldn't hesitate. Yeah, I wouldn't hesitate to provide safety for you. I wouldn't hesitate to take you out of the danger of this world and into the blissful paradise of safety of non-existence. So yeah, I would do that for you without you even having to ask. I'm that nice of a guy. Okay, who have we got next? Hello, how you doing?
Hi, James.
What's good?
I want to ask you, why not just sterilize people? Why kill them? Okay, like now you sound like a religious leader or something. What if I don't want to go to your heaven? And I'm talking as an antinatalist. What if I don't want to go? What if, okay, I would agree with you, just sterilize people. Why kill them?
Yeah, because people can't make informed decisions or rational decisions for their own safety. So they would be better off not existing, but they can't make that decision for themselves because evolution has prevented them from doing it. So we have to do it for them.
So why not just do for them the sterilization? Why kill them?
Because that doesn't protect them from suffering. That only protects the next generation, not them.
What if they want to suffer, but they won't impose it onto someone else?
They'd be making an irrational decision, and we shouldn't let them do it.
It doesn't have to be rational. Not everything does have to be rational.
Well, when you're dealing with serious things like safety, yeah, it does.
Well, what about those people who will go on to dangerous adventures? They enjoy it. Why push them onto some shit like this?
But they're not you know, in all of the dangers there, right? You know, the world itself is full of infinite danger, and people are blind to it. They're not capable of responsibly dealing with that danger. So we have to do it for them.
Do you consider yourself a hard determinist? Are people not free to do like or act upon whatever they want?
That's right. There's no such thing as free will. We're all just in a big system of dominoes and cause and effect.
All right, I guess. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure. And yeah, feel free to come back on and ask more questions if you'd like. Yeah, we've got more people in the queue. Well, that Legos guy really got triggered, huh? He's suffering in the chat terribly right now. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. I have one question.
Yeah.
Yes, the world is not that great, but even the leaders are not that great also. So we should just first get good leaders before making rash decisions. Like where I am, the country is not that great. Yes, people pollute the world, but if you do not first start with the leaders, you can't do anything.
Well, no. The thing is that you don't have to start with leaders, right? In fact, usually it starts the other way around. You start with a small movement and you grow and you get people and you grow until you have enough people to change and become the leaders, basically. So yeah, that's kind of what we are doing. And yeah, we have to change the world to make it against suffering. And that's what we're trying to do. We need people. So that's why I'm doing these streams. That's why I make videos. It's to get more people into the movement until we have enough people to actually, take power, run the world, and start doing extinction.
Like in my country, yes, we try, but most of the money just goes to corruption and whatnot. Yes, we have tried, but the people who have the companies and everything else that they control the world, they must change first, because if you cannot change from the source, it cannot work.
But what are you going to change them to? The thing is, if you change the leadership to something that's still pro-suffering, then you haven't really changed anything.
Now let's just take for an example. If you know your crops they're not well, you should just change the crops and plant new ones, because there is no need for you to get losses and you can just change.
What?
I'm saying you can just do changes, but it will take time. Like,
well, what we're doing is we're gathering people together so that we can take over the world and do the right thing. That's what they did with slavery, right? That they did the same thing. It's what they did with the French Revolution, etc. Right? So we have to change the world.
For me personally, yes, times have changed, but the things of the past just are there, but they have just been rebranded. Like, let's say slavery. Yes, slavery it has ended, but it is just rebranded. Like, most people are not paid well, so your lifestyle cannot be good. So even if you change, the world will not accept change that easily.
Yeah, we
So
have to force the change. We have to force the change.
Yes, but if you cannot force the people in power unless you just change their mindset, because they own the companies, they own everything.
Yeah,
So
but we're gonna have to use a lot of force. We're gonna have to do some serious action for sure.
Yes,
but look,
you can
the sufferers need us to do this. So yes, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be challenging, but the sufferers need us to do this. So we have to do it anyway.
I have a question. Have you seen the situation in Kenya?
No.
Yes, we have tried. Like, I'm from Kenya. Let me just say it. Yes, there is changes, but the government cannot change that easily if you don't force them. You can just check out maybe Africa, some countries. Yes, there are changes, yes, but you have to force them, but it will take time.
Yeah, and we have the time, so let's do it. We have the time. We have the time. We can do it.
Yes, but for me right now, what I could just say, you should just take it slowly, because if you remove yourselves from the world without letting anybody continue with it, you will not make any goals.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming on, Mr. Kenya. And yes, it's going to be difficult to change the world. I absolutely agree. But we have to start, okay? You have to start trying. And, just coming on here and saying, oh, that'll be difficult, don't bother. That's being part of the problem, not part of the solution. All right. We've got quite a lot of people in the queue. So, yeah, working my way through everyone. And it's crazy what TikTok lets you get away with on this platform. Like, there's almost no moderation. Someone actually posted CSAM on my comments section. I reported it, and it came back as no violation found. Right, yeah, I'm trying to get some people up. Oh, we've got It's All Legos coming up. Hello, how you doing? How's it going?
Oh, you actually invited me on here. What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
So, you said earlier that you've been tortured. I found that interesting. What has your journey like in life been to try and actually alleviate your own suffering before you decided that you're going to try and murder everybody?
No, I never said that.
Yeah, you did. You said that you've been tortured.
So euthanasia is different.
You did on your live. I think everybody here that was there.
Yeah, that's great.
A
But
few minutes
euthanasia
say it.
is not the same thing as murder, though. Okay, so if we say murder, then that means you can do anything. Euthanasia
Yeah, it
has to be
is.
done ethically.
It's an involuntary, like you're you're killing people against their will. That is murder. It doesn't matter how you do it. You're still taking their life. It's everybody's right
Look,
to decide
when a
if they want to live or
veterinarian
not.
puts down a
You don't
dog,
have
it's not
authority
murder.
to say whether they do or not. And
No, no.
you're contradicting yourself.
No, no.
No, I'm not finished talking.
No,
I'm not finished. It was
Let's
my
mute you
turn.
all right, I'm going to mute you just for a second. When a vet puts down an animal, it's not murder, right? It's against the animal's consent. They don't want to die. But it's not murder, it's euthanasia, right? You should look up the difference. Okay, let's unmute your microphone.
You're really making a comparison between a dying animal and a healthy human being who has
absolutely, yes.
who's probably enjoying their lives.
Yes.
Look, just because you're suffering, okay, that's delusional. Let's
Why?
move on.
Why?
Just because you're suffering
Wait, no,
massively
let's not move
doesn't
on.
mean that everybody
let's
else
not
is.
move on. Let's not move on. Why is it delusional?
No, you're just trying to get me to get stuck in the
You
weeds.
can't answer the question.
Just
You can't
because
answer the question.
you're delusional.
You can't handle the facts. You can't handle the truth. Answer the question.
Can't answer. Okay, you know what?
Answer
Dude,
the question.
you answer this.
No, you
Why-
can't handle the truth.
You didn't answer
can
my
you?
first question.
Come on.
What makes
you're
you
avoiding
think
the
that
question.
you have
are
the
evading
right
the question.
to murder
you're admitting
people?
defeat.
To take you didn't answer my
All right, Legos. Thank you for coming on. Yeah, I'm only kicking you out because it seems like you're having a mental breakdown. We waited for 30, 40 seconds for you to say something, for you to reply. We can't wait here forever. If you're going to stutter for like a 60 seconds straight, like, then, come back on later. Hello, how you doing?
I'm good, you?
Good, thank you.
Why do you think that extinction, or forceful extinction for that matter, is beneficial anyway? Just so I know where you stand.
It relieves suffering and it prevents suffering.
Yeah, but what about the people who aren't suffering?
Well, it's more important to help the sufferers. So they need it. They need safety from suffering more than those need to live.
What if I tell you that I'm not suffering and a lot of people I know aren't suffering? So what justification is there to just eradicate those people as well?
So yeah, you might not be suffering today, but you could be suffering tomorrow. So you would be better off not existing so that you're safe from that chance.
Would you say you're suffering?
I think most people are suffering to some extent, right?
No, specifically. Are you suffering, would you say?
Why do you ask?
Well, I mean, because you've clearly sort of cultivated this view from somewhere, so I was wondering whether it might be personal experience.
It comes from rationality, not from bias.
Well, I mean, there is still obviously a certain bias because, I mean, not many people think in the way that you think, so...
No, it's simple logic, right? It's simple logic.
Well, I mean, you can't really just say simple logic to define everything because I've just presented you with a point which sort of says, I mean, it isn't logical because there are millions and millions and millions of people who aren't suffering. And there are, even if it was 50-50, people suffering, people not suffering, why wouldn't you just eradicate the people who are suffering or who say they're suffering rather than the people who aren't suffering?
Well, that's not a realistic solution.
Well, I mean, neither is eradicating the entire world.
Why?
Because how do you plan on achieving that or even getting close to achieving that?
So we have to grow the movement until we have enough people to make it happen.
So if you honestly believe that your live with 113 people is going to do anything towards you eradicating people from the world...
Well, it is. Lots of people are joining the movement.
Well, then they're all retarded.
Well, how do you know? But why don't you...
All right. If life's so meaningless, why don't you just kill yourself?
So that I can help others.
Help others what? Kill themselves as well?
No, to be safe, not to kill themselves, no.
Mate, I can't lie, you are a fucking moron.
Well, do you want to actually, use some logic or something? No? Oh man, it looks like we actually got a restriction from that guy. That's crazy. Crazy. TikTok is absolutely wild. Okay, let's see who else we got. All right, Peter. Hello, how you doing?
Hello, hello. I just want to say that everything you're saying is absolutely correct, and I agree with it. The only way, I'm not really here to debate. I'm just here to say that I just see suffering all the time, and no one else notices it. People just walk past, just because it's not like the general idea of the population. That's an appeal to a popularity. I mean, I was walking past today, and I saw this homeless man on the street, right? And it wasn't even just like any homeless man. It was this like maybe he looked like he was from somewhere else because he looked like maybe like foreign, but he had like the key thing was that he had like no legs. Like the guy was like literally had no legs. He was on the ground without even a wheelchair. He was suffering, crying out for people. And most people, it was just like a busy day in the street. Most people just looked past it. I swear to God, I looked past it. I was like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, I was just like, oh, you know what I mean? Even my mum, when I was walking with her, you know, she just looked past it. She didn't even notice it. Like, most people just don't notice. They don't care until it happens to them. And that's why they think that these people are, who are like pro-extinction, they don't really, no one cares unless it happens to them. That's why most people think it's for mentally ill people. Insane people, they're happy now because they got their, I don't know, maybe they got their little, they don't even appreciate the suffering that they're going through themselves because maybe they got their little friend group that makes them feel happy, or they got their relationship, or they got a stable house. They're in a first world country, so they don't even appreciate the suffering that's going on with them.
It's privilege. Ignorance is bliss. Out of sight, out of mind. We live in a dystopia, and yeah, everyone here is basically evil.
Exactly, and they don't even realize it. They don't even realize it. And it's like, and then as soon as you bring up something like this, is all of a sudden you're mentally ill. But how can I be mentally ill for being opposed to a world that is inherently disgusting? I mean, even if you don't notice it on a personal level, like if we're talking about all these governments who do corrupt things all across the world, how many animals are being harmed, the resources taken, the history of every great nation on earth, all the murder, slaughter, genocide, everything around the world, like has literally just been culminated in just one big like clusterfuck of just bad things happening for like all of history and up until today. And people are satisfied with this world because you can go to the park and get an ice cream and walk around and go to a fun fair and you have clean water in your house. Like, you think that, and people think that that's life or whatever. You got your little apartment and you got clean lights, or you're not clean lights. So you got functioning lights, and that just makes everything okay.
One way I like to think of it, right, is, imagine that humanity is really evil, okay? That they're all really, really, really evil, okay? Things start to just make more sense, right? Everyone is living an evil life, a selfish life, and just not caring about anyone else, right? Imagine every human is basically a supervillain, okay? They're eating animals, torturing them, walking past them, suffering. They're allowing the worst suffering and only focusing on themselves. No matter what happens to anyone else, right? They don't care. Yeah,
exactly.
It's the most evil world possible.
Yeah, they literally cannot get any more evil than that. It's just like, and the suffering is built into the essence of existence itself. I mean, the fact that you always have to shower, clean yourself, go to the toilet, eat food, you have to struggle for all of these things. And even if you don't have to struggle, the fact that you don't have to struggle, let's say if you're living in a first world country, that means there's people in the global south who struggle to to probably make the resources. If you look at the map of the world, I mean the global north, or what you consider the first world, makes so much fossil fuel gas, like from burning all these resources, and that creates typhoons in the global south and all that stuff. So even if you think everything is normal and it's easy to get, it's just easy to get where you are. See, people only see what's around them. People don't understand how much suffering goes into just maintaining their simple, basic lives. So they think that life is like, oh, it's got ups, it's got downs, it's got ups, it's got downs. People don't realize that 90% of the world is living on less than $10 a day. They just don't understand the extreme levels of suffering that happen all the time.
Yeah. Now picture that everyone is a Neanderthal, okay? Like a less evolved human. Things start to make more sense, right?
It really literally, like, it's just mind-boggling. I don't even know. Like, I think it's like, I mean, I used to be ignorant about this stuff too, but then that was when I was like a teenager, like a young child, like I didn't have that much comprehension.
We are Planet of the Apes, basically.
Exactly. Like, and I just don't understand that. Like, people are grown men, grown adults, and they still, even with their kids of their own, and they don't see any, like, they just don't see anything wrong. They just walk around, and it's not even like to say that like they're little bots who can't think. It's just that they don't want to think. It's like, but the thing is that the difference is if you don't want to think and you can't think, then what's the difference? You know what I mean? Like, what's the real difference?
It's not that they don't want to. It is that they can't.
Oh, really? Really? You think so? Yeah. I just either way, it's just a fucked up. Like, I don't know. It's just
No, we've
it's
done
something
the
wrong.
science on it. They can't do the thinking. It's because essentially, in the same way that a Neanderthal wouldn't be capable of doing complex thinking, humans aren't capable of it either. People make the mistake of thinking that humans are fully evolved, but that's actually not true. We're far more animalistic than most people realize.
Exactly. People, the difference between animals and humans is very slight. Like, especially when you consider the fact that, I mean, humans are really just a what do you call it? Maybe what they could consider, what they would like to consider a civilized animal. But when you consider the fact that what they do in comparison to this quote unquote uncivilized animals is even more brutal. I mean, you know, humans are the only, I mean, you don't see any of the uncivilized animals enslaving each other, murdering each other just for fun, you know, just for like, you know, just for like the random cruelty. I mean, obviously animals do commit cruelty against each other, but there's not on this scale of just like doing it just because you want to, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It's
our sadism is much stronger than any animals, for sure.
exactly. Our sadism is much stronger. And I think that feeds into the main character complex that we all have. To the point where you like they can't even notice something unless it's happening right in front of their face.
Exactly.
And really, it's just like me and mine, and just screw everyone else and screw everything else. And then that only works up until the point where you suffering, and then everyone, and then you look to people for help, and then people say,
this
"Well,
is why you should
screw
join
you."
the movement, Peter. You should start your own live streams, start making your own videos like the rest of the movement is doing. I think you'd be good at it.
Thank you, man. I really just wanted to, because it's like when I saw your channel, it's like it's very hard to find things like this, but it's like really something that pokes at my mind like a lot.
Join our Discord. Join our Discord. You've got hundreds of people in the Discord. You can come and join the conversation and consider doing activism with us.
Yeah, wait. I don't even know what's your Discord.
So you can find the link to the Discord through the link on my profile.
Okay.
Or you can go on the website, proextinction.com. The link to the Discord is there. You can also Google search Abolish Suffering Discord, and it will be the first link on Google.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll definitely look into it. I'll join the Discord. I just wanted to come on here for like a quick bit and just give my full support to this live and the things you're expressing, because people just come up here and talk live and say you have mental illness, and that's what people will say about me too. And I just don't buy it. Like, I just can't ignore it. You know, I'll try and ignore it and be like, oh, the world is just fine. It's good and bad. But no, there's just too much stuff every day.
The world is crazy,
around.
right? We live in a crazy world, and we have to change it to be a smart world. So that's what our movement's trying to do. Help us educate people, right?
They need to learn. But thank you, man. Thank you for having me up, and just keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you for coming on, Peter. It's been a pleasure. All right. Let's bring up Jason next. Jason coming on in a second. No, they've gone offline. Okay, we've got a few other people in the queue. I am going to prioritize people with high followers because it would boost the stream. Hello, how you doing?
Good. I just wanted to say, you just told that last guy you want the world to be smart, but how does the world become smart if nothing's alive?
Well, we have to we have to do better to get to nothing being alive, basically.
All right, so like you people that are the activists, I guess at the end of like ending all the suffering, are you guys unaliving yourselves as well?
I mean, look, we expect extinction to take hundreds or thousands of years, so it's probably not going to be us doing it. But if we had to, then yes, we would.
All right, so like you're 100% okay with unaliving other people?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I suffer a lot in life, but I only got one life. I'm not trying to lose my life because I suffer. you know, so
But you could be suffering terribly tomorrow, right? You could get hit by a car tomorrow, end up with brain damage, become a vegetable, right?
yeah, if I become a vegetable and I'm still alive in a wheelchair the rest of my life, I still got friends and family that are gonna take
Right,
care of me.
but that you're proving that optimism causes bad situations, right? You're saying, yeah, forget it, it'll be fine. But you're not considering if it's not fine, right? You're saying, it'll be fine. But what if it's not?
I mean, if it's not, only time would tell, I guess, you know?
No, we don't need only time to tell. We can say, yeah, there's a high chance, an unacceptable chance that it will go badly, instead of saying, it'll be fine.
Yeah, but I've known of people who got struck by lightning and they became a vegetable, but they, still are conscious a little bit and enjoy life.
But again, you're not thinking about those who do suffer badly, right? It's almost as if you're not capable of thinking about them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This sounds a little too far-fetched, like a plan that I don't think even after, because just thinking like, a couple hundred years from now, 500 years, how many more billions of people are going to be on the earth, you know?
Yeah, and suffer terribly. We have to stop that.
So what if to end the suffering, we start conquering other star systems, you know? What if we start moving humans throughout the universe a little further?
Potentially, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think this is a little psychotic.
Fair enough. It's not for everyone, but thank you for coming on anyway. Obviously, some people, it's a new idea to them. They don't get it. But yeah, we have to end all suffering as fast as possible, and extinction is the only way to do that. The sufferers are depending on us to do this. They desperately need us to do this, right? I get people messaging every day, begging for death, asking for help with suicide, right? So why should anyone have to suffer like that? Cora is having some sort of breakdown in the chat, I think. But, that happens every other day, so don't worry about it. She'll be fine tomorrow. Who else have we got in the queue? Cody Shuping. Let's try and bring them on. Cody, hello, how you doing?
Hello. I just have a couple of questions for you, if I could ask.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Who do you feel in the world, which is flat, by the way, who do you feel is responsible for all of the horrible madness that is on our earth? Who
That's
do
a
you
great
who
question.
do you feel is responsible, and if more obviously
Me.
than obviously one
So,
compartment?
the pro-extinction movement is responsible for ending it, basically. Nobody is responsible for starting it. Nature started it, basically. But we have to be responsible now and yeah, put an end to it.
No, what I'm asking you, maybe I'm not asking it properly. Let me try it again. I'm asking you, well, who do you feel is responsible for all of the suffering that is going on in our world?
No one.
Everywhere.
No one.
No one's responsible for it?
Correct.
How does that even make sense? You act so civilized, but that's diabolically insane. How do you say that no one is responsible? Do you mean everyone is responsible to some degree for
You really think there's one
of Mother
person?
Earth?
You think
Is
there's
that
one
what you're
person?
saying? I'm sorry, what?
You think there's one person on the planet causing all of the suffering?
Of course
That's
not. That's ridiculous. I'm asking you, who or many, what department of control is responsible for all of this madness and mayhem on our flat earth?
nature.
You're blaming nature?
Yeah.
Explain yourself. That's ridiculous.
Well, nature is the one that put life here and caused it to suffer, right?
You're delusional. We're gonna skip to my second question because the only reason that I came up is because I'm trying to learn patience, and I knew that this live was going to be the best test for me not to go off the rails talking to somebody that is a fallen angel, and I am not a Christian. You are one of the 2/3 fallen, and you are in for a rude awakening.
Cody, thank you for sharing your psychotic break with us. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, we do see a lot of mental illness on the show, and we should try and be respectful. It's difficult sometimes, okay? It's pushes me to my limit. Oh wow. Okay, next person, beaming them up. Hello, how you doing?
Yo, hello. What's up?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
Thanks. I'm fine too. So let me ask you a question, right? What exactly? How do you exactly plan to force extinction?
We grow the movement until we have enough people to do it. We have to take over the world, run the world ethically, so that we can do it in an organized
Right.
way.
Okay.
We can't do it as vigilantes. That's not realistic.
Okay, but what if there's people that don't want to die yet?
Yeah, we
Okay.
do it anyway. We do it anyway.
You do it anyway.
Yeah.
So you just don't care about people who wanna.
We
keep
care
living,
more
right?
about the sufferers, right? We don't
Right.
care about the selfish, privileged people that selfishly
Okay,
have.
but like that's fine. But I don't really care about anyone who is suffering.
Okay.
So that's that. I want to live, and I don't really want to die just yet. I might want to die later on, but I don't give a shit about who is suffering. I just want to keep living myself.
That's the
So
problem. That's why
what
we
do you
need
think about
to
that?
wipe out humanity, because they're selfish like that. They're evil.
Evil, all right. But
Yeah.
do
I
you
mean,
think do you
how
think
else
there's
would
more
you
suffering
define it?
than?
How else would you define it? Right? You're saying, I don't care if you suffer. You know, I'll make you suffer. I'll let you suffer. I'll be
I'm not saying
selfish.
I'll make you suffer.
Yeah, but basically the same thing. So yeah,
Right.
humans are as
How is
evil
it,
as
how
they can
exactly is that the same thing? You know.
because so this is a good question. So because the victim suffers just as badly, it would only be better for you to feel less guilty. So
Right.
allowing suffering is just as bad as causing suffering, because the victim suffers the same.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but you don't want to like work towards minimizing suffering and maximizing, life. You want to just end all suffering altogether.
We want to provide safety for everyone. And we don't
Okay.
think that there should be an unfair system where some people are safe and some aren't. There should be total safety in a fair way
But
for
like
everyone.
you say safety. You obviously don't know whether death provides safety, right? So you only say
Oh yeah, we
safety
do.
as
We
in.
do. You rest in peace. You rest in peace.
I mean, you don't know what's after death. Like what? You can't say that. You don't know whether you go to hell or heaven.
There's no proof of an afterlife, and all of the evidence suggests that there is no afterlife.
Okay. Well, still, based on that assumption, you will be stripping life away from many people who still want to live,
Yeah,
right?
but that's more important. It's more important to provide safety than to take away from the selfish ones.
But don't you think you will be evil? Just that you will be just as evil
No,
as those
you
who
would
are
be
causing
much
suffering.
more evil saying, let's not end suffering. That's more evil.
Okay. All right. You know what? That's it.
The thing is,
Sure,
we live in
I
a world
respect your
which
opinion. I just,
we
I
live in a
personally
world
just
which
don't want
says
to die
suffering is
yet.
fine, right?
I
We live in a world.
listen. I read I understand your opinion, right? But I personally just don't want to die yet, and I can't really bring myself to join this.
That's fine.
because I just
We'll
don't
do
wanna
it
die.
for you. We won't ask you to do it for yourself. We'll do it for
Right.
you.
Okay, you'll do it for me, but
Yeah.
I still just don't want to die.
That's yeah, we know, but we still have to do it anyway.
You still have to do it. Okay. All right.
Look, you'll be safer. You'll be much
Okay.
safer.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I fully. I'm sure of that. But thank you for your vision.
No worries, and we'll see you on the battlefield. No, I'm kidding. Look, we don't expect human extinction to happen for hundreds, if not thousands of years from now, anyway. We have to do animals first before we even think about humans, which means that we need humanity to keep reproducing, strong, healthy, a big humanity, a powerful humanity, because that means that we can end suffering faster. The bigger your population is, the more powerful it is, the more science, the more technology it's going to develop. That means that we can get towards the end of suffering for animals and all life a lot faster. You know, imagine if you only had 100 people on the planet. Are they going to be able to cause total animal extinction very easily? No. Okay? So we need to keep going until we've finished helping animals. Which means that, you know, no human is under any significant risk for the time being.
Hi,
Hello, how you doing?
I'm good. I just want to ask you about and not morally. I'm not gonna go morally
Okay.
on you. I'm just gonna say that don't you think misery is a very aware state of mind that you cannot say animals are suffering just because they're existing?
It's not just because they're existing, it's because they are facing terrible experiences like being eaten alive, right?
Yeah, but that just is surviving.
Well, no, if you're being eaten alive, you're not surviving, it's the opposite. It's dying.
So pain causes suffering, which leads to misery.
I don't know. Probably being eaten alive is an animal. That's probably the most common experience.
But also, I want to ask, does extinction, it doesn't really lead to not existing anymore?
Why not?
Because in the law of energy, we always gonna exist in some way.
What, so you believe in the afterlife?
No, I don't, but we don't really get wiped away ever.
So what happens when you die then?
We're just gonna be a form of energy somewhere,
But so not conscious then?
not conscious.
Okay, great. So that's good then.
But also, don't you think we are participating in existing on a daily basis? Like breathing, we produce carbon dioxide, which leads to planets making glucose, which feeds the animals. So death for human is what is gonna make your point.
No. So animals suffer in nature, right? They're having to kill each other to survive, and they're not having a nice life anyway, right? They're not having a fulfilling
Yeah,
time.
but you're against killing people. You're just waiting for everybody to just die. But
No.
also we're
Who is
Isn't
waiting
that
for
you?
everyone to die? Who is waiting for everyone to die?
you, I guess.
No, we're coming to make it happen. We're not just going to wait around and hope. That would be useless.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for coming on, and stay groovy out there. James, could you help me, please? I feel attacked by non-believers. Well, you keep sending that money, Letitia, and I'll do whatever you want. How come no one believes in the afterlife? Well, the thing is, right, the afterlife doesn't really make sense unless there's some, intelligence doing it on purpose and orchestrating it. You can't, there's no sensical, coherent version of an afterlife without someone, making decisions, right? Because look, let's say you get hit by a car, you get brain damage, and then you die. Are you going to go to the afterlife with brain damage? Or are you going to be restored to your 21-year-old version, right? So, look, that would imply a very high level of intelligence and orchestration. And, there just doesn't seem to be any evidence of intelligence in this world. It seems to be the opposite. It's the least intelligent world we could possibly have, with the most suffering it could possibly have. All right, let's see. What else we got? Holes in a fan. There's quite a lot of people in the queue now, actually. So I'm going to invite like 2 or 3 on, because there's probably going to be some ghosts in the queue. So if you've been in the queue for a while, you might be getting called up soon. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, James. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
So I was just wondering, what is the main goal behind the pro-extinction movement is to end all suffering, right?
Yes, that's right.
So I'm just wondering, if there was another way to end suffering, would you be likely to adopt it? Or do you think there is another way to end suffering?
So yeah, I mean, you can either go with extinction or you can go with like magic, basically. So to create, the thing is, it's not about ending suffering, it's about providing certainty of safety. So you can't do that without basically omniscience. So, without that's the standard that life deserves, certainty of safety. So it should never exist without certainty of safety, that it's going to be fine. Otherwise, you're exposing it to unlimited danger, and that's just unnecessary and unfair. So, no, I don't think it's more realistic to end suffering without extinction. Look, we've already made several species of animals go extinct without even trying. And we can build roads, and we can sterilize parts of the land. We can do deforestation. We've been doing it for thousands of years. So it's not complicated. It's actually one of the most basic things that we can do. But creating heaven for every last ant, every last bird, on the planet, every last insect, it's not realistic.
How will you plan on causing extinction?
We have to grow the movement until we have enough people to start running the world ethically, and then we start doing animal extinction with euthanasia. So maybe we'll be using gas, something like that, who knows, but just getting rid of all of the animals and removing our dependence on them, so that when there's no more animals, we can still eat and we can still live, and prevent life coming back, do the research for that. And then finally, once we've done everything for the world to make it safe from life existing and suffering, then we make humanity go extinct.
But why all life? Why not just humans?
Because animals suffer as well.
And plants?
Plants could evolve to suffer and become sentient if you gave them billions of years. So yeah, we have to be safe and thorough. So prevention of life.
What do you think is wrong with suffering?
It's unbearable, right? It's something that you don't want. It's bad for you. Look, it's not just about a little bit of suffering. It's about the possibility of being trapped in a life of only suffering, where you're wishing you hadn't been born. You're begging for someone to kill you, right? That's the real suffering that we have to be careful about. Sorry?
There are people who enjoy life, who like it.
There are plenty who don't.
Yeah, we shouldn't torture some people so that others can have fun. That's not fair.
Yeah, but why not just kill everybody who doesn't want to live and let
that's
the
not
others
realistic.
live?
That's not realistic.
People
right?
who do want to live can have children who don't as well,
Yeah, they're going to keep reproducing and making more suffering. So, we shouldn't have a world where we make them suffer so badly that they want to die and then we murder them, right? That's not a good system. Thank you for coming on, everybody. We're going to move on to new guests with both of you, but feel free to join the queue again if you really want. We've got a lot of people in the queue, so I'm going to really try and work through them. We've got two. I'm going to try and bring 2 people on in the expectation that only one will join, because that happens a lot. But I'm also going to be prioritizing people who have more followers. It's unfair, but it boosts the stream, so I have to do it. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. Do you have any questions?
I do. When you say is the only right thing, that can be used in context of like moral anti-realism or realism. So when you say right, do you mean like stance independently right?
No, it's just that if you basically, it's the only right thing for the world is one that's fair, basically, one that has no suffering, right? No chance of unfair suffering.
Yeah, but what do you mean by right? Like, is it right independent of what an agent thinks, or is it right depending on like shared values or something like that? Like, are you showing that like people that contest this are just they're like inconsistent with their own set of values because they actually think this, and you want to draw out some entailment that really, if they had a bigger picture, what they would see is that this is the right thing to do, right? Or are you saying something a little bit more?
I am saying that. Yes, actually, that's well said. Even so, as humanity has gotten more advanced, society, technology has gotten more advanced. Our ethics and morality have also gotten more advanced, and essentially, going from animals and from nature, you have like zero ethics, and you have unlimited acceptance of suffering. Right? You kill an animal, you don't care. One of your kids suffers, it's not that bad, whatever. And as we get smarter and more progressive, our tolerance for suffering and cruelty gets less and less. And eventually you get to extinctionism where you say, okay, no suffering is okay, no cruelty is okay.
Okay, I guess I still need further clarification, right? Because like I'm still trying to understand. Because like there's two ways that I'm seeing this. You either mean it's the only right way, and you mean that stance independently, which it seemed like you denied. Now, if it is the case that you think that, I think there's more of like a dialogue.
It's objective. It's objective, if that's what.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that is what I'm asking, because
it is objective.
Because what it sounded like you were answering before we could just straightforwardly show that that's false by showing that there's other people with values that, in fact, extinction of like any being would be contrary to their values, and so it would just be like assuming the falsity of their meta-ethical view or their normative ethical view.
The point is that
that's fine. That would just be false. So you're saying it's objective, then why should I? Okay, I guess first, why should I think that there are stance independent moral values or objective values? Like, why should I even think that's true?
Well, the thing is that you have to essentially. Yeah, the problem is that most humans are not able to think about this properly. So you probably will not be able to think about it properly either. Extinctionists are genetic anomalies that have more empathy and more rationality as well than the vast majority of humanity, who evolved to be incapable of thinking about these topics properly, essentially.
All right, that didn't really sound like it answered my question. Was why should I think that there are objective moral?
Yeah. Why should we care about ending suffering?
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Okay.
Because look, you could say that it could be like someone could say we should like promote suffering. I don't really care what the content of like the value is. I'm asking, why should I think that there are values such that they're objective? Why should I think that's true, right? Because like first off, this view assumes moral realism. I'm not a moral realist, so nothing about this motivates me to revise my view, right? Because
this don't you think that just logically we should have a safe world for everyone?
That might be true of my values, but that's just consistent with moral anti-realism, right?
Okay. In order to do the right thing for the world, the best thing for the world, right? We should make a moral world, a fair world, one that's safe.
Yeah, that's fine, but that's consistent with my type of moral anti-realism. So it's not incompatible. Look, what you're saying there, I can agree with, and it's not incompatible with moral anti-realism.
Right, but you see, your stance is your bias is based on selfishness, right? So you're coming from a point of view of
I never gave that. I never gave my value.
I know, but it is though. That's humans
What
evolved
do
to be
you think?
selfish.
Well, first off, just so we're clear, what do you think I mean when I say I'm a moral anti-realist? What do you think I'm saying?
I don't know. I don't care. But humans evolved to be selfish.
It's very important to my critique.
My point is that humans evolved to only want the world to be in a way that benefits themselves. So they're not capable of
That's
actually
fine.
caring about
I agree,
right
but
thing.
I also look. I agree with everything you just said. That's part of my values. I'm going to take that on. I still think that there's no such thing called objective moral facts. Your argument assumes moral realism, so that's fine. I'm still not bought into two things: that forcefully causing total extinction of all time is the only right thing to do. Right? I don't accept that. Now, I got clarification on what you meant by right, since there's two types of context or two senses of the term that you can use, which is objective or subjective, right? Because you could just think that's right, but you could also say it's right no matter what I think. I could think the opposite, but it's still the right thing because it's an objective fact, right? Those are two different senses of the term right.
Yeah, the thing
Well, real quick, I got clarification that what you meant was objective. I agree that I care about the well-being of sentient creatures and those types of things, right? You're saying it's an objective fact that this total mass extinction is the right thing. I still don't see.
It's a fact that life shouldn't exist in unlimited danger.
But I still don't see why I should think there are even things called objective moral facts, right? Your argument assumes realism. Why should I even think that moral realism is true? Because your argument isn't just showing me like I have an like I should think this based on my values. You're saying something deeper, that it's true independent of what I think. I don't think that that's a coherent statement, that there are values or normative facts independent about what I think. And I'm asking you to show, and I'm just asking you to give me like a reason why I should even accept that, because I'm just going to think this argument doesn't work.
Yeah. Well, look, the thing is, the argument won't work for people that don't have the capacity to agree with it. So it's about capacity to agree or not to agree.
Yeah, but that's just an ad hominem.
No,
right?
It's really not. It does come down to genetics. So,
hold on. You're just saying like You're saying I'm genetic. Like, hold on. You're just saying like I'm so confused. You're saying like I'm genetically impotent to understand the value set or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. What? How do you? That's an empirical claim. How do you demonstrate that?
We have demonstrated that
you've sequenced like my DNA and you've looked at it.
No, you don't have to do that.
Is it a point? Is it a point mutation? What is it exactly?
So the people in our movement, and there's probably more people out there who haven't joined the movement yet. Some people have more empathy and more rationality. You have to be trolling.
This is like.
All right. Well, if you're not going to let me finish the sentence, then you're not going to learn anything. So you're out of here. Okay, let me try and let's do a debrief on that. Now that I can actually breathe and they've shut up. So we can absolutely prove logically and rationally that yes, extinction is the right thing. Life shouldn't exist in unlimited danger. That it is wrong objectively. Okay, and that if you want to do the right thing for the world, then it should be a fair world, a safe world. And yeah, we can prove it much further than that with much better logic. We can absolutely do it. But the thing is that that's unnecessary. So yeah, it's a bit of a long explanation, but I'm going to do it anyway. So yeah, people, what determines whether or not you will become an activist for extinction is the level of rationality and empathy in your brain. So as I said, animals have, they don't care about suffering, and then eventually the more rational and empathetic you become, the less tolerance you have for others being tortured, basically. So, yeah, that you have a divide. You have people that have enough empathy and rationality to say, yeah, nobody should be tortured, and we should make sure that no one else is ever tortured ever again. And then you have other people who don't care enough, and so they say, well, suffering is fine. That's just the way the world is. But really, that's appealing to the status quo, to not thinking, to not changing anything, to just having things go on the exact same way they are now. And it's a selfish sort of perspective, selfish mentality, but above all, it's an animalistic and primitive, primal mentality. But we're not blaming you for that. It's just that in the same way that a wolf or a monkey or a Neanderthal, they can't understand complex concepts, and you wouldn't expect a monkey to have advanced ethics and morality. Humans are the same. They can only think in a selfish way. Now, the ultimate proof of this is that nobody in the chat right now, with very few exceptions, are actually doing activism to change the world, right? Nobody actually cares enough about anyone other than themselves enough to do activism and actually try and care about the world. So extinctionists care about other life and the world and anyone enough to where we will accept the responsibility and the moral obligation if they need our help. Okay? So in that sense, the most efficient version of that, and the best version, once you look into it, is to just work towards a universal system that helps everyone, that creates a fair world for everyone, a perfect world. And a fair world means one where no one is being tortured horrifically, right? Safety first. So people can't see that because they're trapped in their selfish mentality, their selfish way of thinking, their selfish view of the world, where it's just, I'm out for myself, I only have to focus on my own survival, and they're studying ethics and morality for curiosity, for fun, right? Not to actually apply it seriously. So they're never going to get it because they're not even trying to think about it in a serious way to begin with. They've got zero capacity for committing themselves to actually not only doing the right thing, but understanding what the right thing is, okay? So I get this is a lot to take in, and it's very difficult to understand, but over 99% of humanity, they're basically monkeys. They're basically Neanderthals, and they are extremely limited. And they're not capable of thinking about what's right for the world, because the thing is, right? Here's further proof of what I'm saying. Animals evolved to be selfish so that they would survive and reproduce. Evolution essentially made it so that they were incapable and prevented, so not capable of caring about others more than they care about themselves, without discrimination. So we actually evolved discrimination to help us care less about others and to be more selfish and to focus on our own survival. So that makes perfect sense from an evolutionary standpoint. The animals should obviously prioritize their own survival over, helping other random animals, right? Life wouldn't have done very well if they were, not prioritizing themselves and trying to survive, right? So humans have still got that same holdover, that same hangover, where they are incapable of basically accepting moral obligation for the world, and they can't do it. So most people will never do activism. They will never fight for a better world. They'll never commit their life to help others. They'll just never do it, right? They just won't. So for most people, this is just philosophy. It's just for fun. It's just, when they're trying to contradict me and argue against me, it's just for fun, basically, right? They don't actually care. It's not for anything serious. It's just, well, I disagree with that. That's not what I think. It's not, well, we have a serious moral obligation here, so let's get to the bottom of this. It's, well, yeah, I don't care, right? That's not what I think. So, yeah, until you're saying, right, the world is terrible, I need to, I'm willing to give myself up to help it, and yeah, let's take action and change the world. Until you're willing to do that, you're not going to understand what the right thing for the world is. You're only going to be able to understand what the right thing for the world is from your selfish perspective. So communists, for example, they want a world that they want to live in, right? They don't care about all of the animals that suffer terribly. Communism says nothing about veganism or anything else. It's just about humans not having to work so hard. That's it, okay? So that's not a perfect system that helps everyone by any means. Animals will still suffer terribly. Humans will still suffer terribly. They'll still be forced to exist into lives that they never asked for and to suffer terribly. Lives of depression, right? So, yeah, I guess that's one of the main divides between humanity 1.0 and 2.0 is that on the 1.0, people are too selfish and they're too small-minded to think about anything other than themselves, basically. So they can only commit their full attention and all of their dedication to themselves, right? It's number one comes first. Whereas for extinctionists, it's the exact opposite. Others, other life, other people, animals come first, the world comes first, because we know that our life is not more important than the world and the other lives out there. Whereas humans on the 1.0 software and hardware, they're incapable of understanding or committing themselves to something bigger than just themselves in that sense. Okay, so let's see who else we got. Probably not going to stay on for too much longer, but we've got a few people in the queue that I'm going to try and get through. Hello, how you doing?
Good. Yeah, I'm doing good.
Great. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the prompt. Like, are you okay with unaliving other people? Do you mean that?
Yeah, that's fine.
So you would go outside right now and kill somebody?
No, that would be, we have to do it in an organized way. So we have to actually change the world, start running the world, and then do it as a government, basically. Otherwise, it will never work properly.
And why do you want to do that?
To end suffering, right? So that nobody is forced to suffer, forced to live a life that they never asked for ever again, to protect everyone.
Yeah, but happiness doesn't exist without suffering. So yeah. I don't get what you mean.
But we shouldn't make some suffer just so that others can be happy. That's cruel. That's wrong.
No, I mean internalized, right? You can't be happy without suffering.
Well, yes, so we should just abolish it. We should abolish it. We don't need to be happy. We need to be safe from suffering.
Is this a troll?
No, safety is more important than anything
No,
else.
sometimes you have to go through hardships, man, if you want to be happy.
Okay, but tell that to an animal being eaten alive, right? They're not going to...
We're humans.
Okay, tell that to a human being murdered.
I mean, okay, what does that have to do with the conversation?
What does suffering have to do with ending suffering? Well said, Shroom. At less than 50 IQ. God. It's like, we're here to talk about the end of suffering and extreme suffering, and people are like, why are you bringing up such extreme examples? Hello, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I have a question. What do you think about terminating the portions of our brain responsible for experiencing pain?
It doesn't work.
Life
Life has to suffer. Without pain and without suffering, you can't live. You can't survive. It's not possible. You have to be able to feel and to have your sensations working properly. It's there for a reason, not by accident.
Yeah, I mean, in situations where a person is probably in a comatose state, he still have life and yet can't really feel anything. Is there a way science can develop a mechanism that can keep a person to carry out the day-to-day activities, right? And yet doesn't necessarily need these sensory experiences, like, I mean, the ability to feel pain.
No, this just sounds like a nightmare that you would put people into. I don't want to be a part of it, all right? Don't cut half my brain out and leave me as a vegetable and then be like he's fine. No, I would much rather go extinct.
Is it true that aside from evolution, kind of like I mean, human beings have evolved to a point where we are selfish, and somehow we have this intrinsic desire to continue living, even though there is suffering. Do you think on the evolutionary chain, it's possible in the future human beings will evolve to a point where they can have life without suffering?
No, because it's not just humans, right? You have animals, right? We have to do animal extinction to end their suffering. And could humans ever not have suffering? Well, the thing is, even if you manage to get humanity without suffering, it could still be reversed. It could still go wrong, right? So only certainty of safety is acceptable. Anything other than omniscience level certainty of safety is by default unlimited danger. And you can, wish that the danger won't be limited, but as long as there's unknowns, it is unlimited.
Are certain facts about your experience, the conscious experience you have as a being, are certain facts about your experience more appealing and more important to you than some?
Can you say that again?
Okay. So, human beings, we are experiencing life. At the same time, also we experience disappointment. We experience suffering and so on and forth. Is it possible that people can rate these different experiences on a hierarchy, right? And then would choose in between whether, okay, if I want to leave, then I should be ready to suffer a bit. Or
No,
if I don't want to
this is
leave,
never going to
then
work. This
I
is
don't need
never
to
going to
suffer.
work. You can't control suffering like that. Suffering cannot just be controlled so easily. We just have to prevent it, provide safety from it. You can't say, oh, we'll allow a little bit, do this, that. It's not going to work. You can't have you can have 99% safety and it's still not good enough.
Yeah, what about harm reduction though? We live in a far better world. For example, the whole of today.
Animals do not live in a better world. They live in the same world that they've lived in for billions of years. They haven't developed technology or medicine or anything. Their suffering is terrible and it's never improved.
Agreed. And I think these are some of the conversations we can have as human beings, right? Who have evolved to a point where we can minimize harm, right? And definitely, as you said, we are still evolving and it's going to take time to fix some of these unwanted harm, that comes on our way as living organisms. But as in saying that we should cut the process short by taking our own lives, right? As to stop the whole process, don't you think that's just a quick response to a naturalistic process that needs to go on to unravel or discover more other facts about our world and
Well,
our
we don't need
lives?
to discover other facts about our world. We need to provide safety immediately. That's far more important.
What is safety with our life?
Well, what's life without safety? It's unacceptable.
What makes it unacceptable? Like what
It's
principle are you
unfair.
using?
It's unfair, right? Why should we let children be tortured? We shouldn't.
So, do you think? Let me put this scenario. Do you think it's much more wiser for you to live at least 5 years more to be able to advocate, this extinction idea or concepts? Do you think it's better you live for some longer period of time to share these ideas more to people so that you can change the mindset of our youth or of people today into buying into extinction principles?
No, but I'm doing activism now. There's no reason to stop doing that for 5 years. That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I think probably you missed that. So what I'm saying is you are advocating and you need life, you need time to be able to do that, right? And if you're saying that nothing is worth suffering, right, then why do you suffer a day more just
So
to
that I
preach
can help
extinction?
others be safe from it. Anyway, thank you for coming on. But yes, people just can't understand the idea of helping others and being selfless and being a good person and having empathy and caring about other people. It's an alien concept. That's why they say, like that guy did, well, why don't you just start with yourself? It's because when they're trying to understand my motivations for what I'm doing, essentially, this is a good example of the brain damage that I'm constantly trying to explain and that people get very angry about when I do. So that is a perfect example of the brain damage, okay? So when their brain goes to try and understand my motivations, right? The idea of selflessness or empathy or compassion or responsibility, anything like that, just completely inhibited, right? Just, it's gone. It's the mental process is happening. That part is just bam, gone, bam. And so all that's left for them to try and understand my motivations is their own motivations, which is pure selfishness. So they assume that I have to be purely selfish, I have to be doing this for bad reasons, because I'm depressed or because I hate the world or something. The idea that I could be doing this because I actually don't want anyone to suffer and I care about life, that's an impossible concept for them. Like, that's not possible in their brains. But that's because if they did understand that, then it would contradict their programming, basically. So nature programmed life to be completely incapable of thinking about these things properly, right? People assume that everyone's brain works perfectly and there's no bloatware, no restrictions on it. Wrong. Absolutely wrong. So, you know, we have pretty powerful brains, but they're full of bloatware, which makes us irrational, which makes us incapable of understanding why suffering is bad and things like that, and incapable of understanding empathy. So that's why all of these people think, oh, you must just be depressed. Or, let's talk about your life then, you know, you must be suffering, huh? That's why you're doing this, right? They can only understand or imagine that I'm doing this for selfish reasons, basically. And that's why Cora, you know, accuses me of being a narcissist, and people are always saying, oh, this guy, you know, he just wants to kill everyone, he's just this, he's just crazy. The idea that we could actually be doing it for ethical reasons, for moral reasons, to help the sufferers, it's just like impossible for them, right? The idea that we could care about those who are suffering and want to help them, it just blows their mind, right? They're not even capable of understanding that, right? And that's what evolution has done to them. It made us incapable of understanding why suffering is bad, why life should, you know, deserve better conditions. It made us incapable of caring about others. Look, if we cared about other life and the suffering it faces, then life wouldn't have survived very long. Life developed and evolved to be as selfish as possible, right? An animal that was more selfish, that didn't share its food, that was willing to kill others to survive, guess what? It was much more likely to survive. It was much more successful. Those that were less aggressive, less selfish, those that actually cared about others and were willing to share their food, they died. They got murdered, they got stolen, they got robbed, they got eaten, right? So it's survival of the most selfish, survival of the most cruel, and it's much more than that. It's complete blindness to suffering, blindness to risk and danger of suffering. That's why people will have kids, because they don't care if they suffer, and they also don't understand how badly they'll suffer. And that's why it's the same thing with why people want to live as well. It's because they don't understand the levels of danger that they're in, right? The rational position is not to want to live in unlimited danger and risk of being trapped in a life of pure hell for very, very little reward in return, right? You know, if someone said, you know, there's a 50% chance you'll go to hell, but, you know, would you take that chance if you got to, you know, have a normal life until you go to hell? No, just, I don't want to go to hell. No one wants to go to hell. No one should be suffering terribly like that. And no one wants that, right? But again, if life understood that the risks in this world make it not worth it, and that it's too dangerous, and if life made it so that we care fully about other life forms and we didn't eat them, it just wouldn't have worked, okay? So evolution absolutely made us monsters, complete monsters. But it also, it completely nerfed people's brains, right? So they don't understand what they're saying. They don't understand how immoral they are. They don't understand why they sound like a monster when they say that child abuse is good for you. They're just completely crazy. So yes, absolutely, it's genetic, and people that are that crazy, yeah, they're not going to understand high-level ethics, high-level empathy, which is what we evolved to defend ourselves from, basically. So, yeah. So those people, they are specifically prevented from understanding these topics. When they try to engage their brain on these topics, something prevents them from thinking about it properly. And that's a fact, right? That is a scientific fact. That is absolute truth. All right. We're going to do one last guest, and then I'm going to go. So let's see who we got. Hello, how you doing?
All right, how are you?
Good, thank you.
You suddenly got super quiet when I joined.
Okay.
How does your plan prevent life from reoccurring? Because it seems to me like it's just going to cause more suffering, and then life could reoccur, and then we're not going to have less suffering. It's just going to happen all over again. So your plan is doing nothing but causing more suffering.
So how would extinction cause more suffering?
Because on the way to extinction, you're going to cause, that's what it says, forcefully cause total extinction of all life. So that means you're going to have to hunt people down, and that will cause more suffering, right?
More suffering than what? More suffering than what?
In the future, and then life in the future could arise as it has before.
Yeah. So when you say that would cause more suffering, it would cause more suffering than what exactly?
Than the current state of what suffering is right now.
Okay, but that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense, right?
Increasing suffering.
The thing is, euthanasia prevents suffering, right? The natural death that you're going to have is going to be way worse suffering. And yeah, billions of more years, or even thousands of more years, even dozens of more years of suffering is going to be way worse than anything that an extinction would do.
Except your extinction plan doesn't prevent life from re-arising. So
It does.
How?
So stop lying, stop strawmanning, stop making things up. But yeah, so the main point of our mission is prevention. Because you just pulled that out your ass, basically.
How does it prevent life from reformulating in the future? You know what abiogenesis is?
Yeah, so we have to use science and technology to try and prevent that from happening, to provide as much safety from that as possible.
If we had that type of technology, we could probably reduce suffering a lot more.
Yeah, but we wouldn't be able to end it, whereas we can end it with extinction.
That's ridiculous.
Well, no. The thing is, right, it's not ridiculous. We've already made several species of animals go extinct. Whereas, so that's very possible, right? We can sterilize places, we can do deforestation. That's not ridiculous. Your idea that we can create certainty of safety for every last animal without extinction, a paradise, a heaven, turn every lion into a vegetarian, I would say that's ridiculous.
I think forcing people to go extinct against their will is just going to cause more suffering.
But how is that worse than forcing them to live and to suffer against their will? Ending suffering is definitely not worse than causing suffering.
If people want to end their life, they can.
No, that's not true.
People do it routinely.
Yeah, but most people that want to die can't do it themselves.
Some can't, some can.
Yeah, but it's not fair though, is it?
Is that what you think life is supposed to be, is fair?
Okay, well, you're obviously not a good person, right? You enjoy the fact that life is unfair. You think that, yeah, it's beautiful if they get tortured, right? So this is what I'm saying. These people are not capable of being good people. They're not capable of empathy. They're not capable of ethics. morality, responsibility. They're not capable of caring about the sufferers. They're not capable of anything good whatsoever. They're just useless. And yeah, the fact that people say, oh, well, that guy's just as smart as you, James. All humans are born equally. It's a joke, right? It's a sick joke if you can actually think that. Yeah, we are genetically superior, and we're proud of it. No, we're not really proud of it. But we do have to acknowledge that it is a fact, and it is the truth. Like, look, we can prove it, okay? And people ask for peer-reviewed papers and all that nonsense. But, the best way to prove it is actually not that difficult. And like I said earlier in the stream, the only reason I don't focus on proving it, which I can do, right? If I wanted to, I could create irrefutable proof, right? Absolutely irrefutable proof by anyone's standards, okay? But what's that going to achieve, right? How is that going to help, okay? Those who have the brain disability, the brain defects on the 1.0 humanity, right? Proving to them that they have brain damage is not going to, help anything. If anything, it's just going to cause them distress, it's going to make them freak out, it's going to make them angry or something. Look, people in the chat get angry when I talk about this all the time. So I try not to focus on it, but ultimately, when people say, why should I care? I don't know what else to say. I mean, I have been thinking about this, actually, and maybe there is a better response instead of going to the genetics angle. Maybe I should say, well, you should care because of X, Y, and Z, but the thing is, I know that they can't care, right? I know that they literally can't care. They're not capable. Humanity 1.0 is incapable of caring about other life forms without discrimination. They have to discriminate by their very nature, right? This isn't a joke. All of the things that I'm saying on this stream from the very beginning, it's not a joke. This is actually, I'm dead serious. This is real. That science backs all of this up, okay? So they're actually not capable of empathy for other life. That's why they don't care if animals are factory farmed so that they can eat them. They don't care if, you can buy animals in a pet shop and then torture them. They just don't care. They're watching Netflix, right? They don't care if, how badly someone gets tortured. They just don't care. So they're incapable of caring. They're incapable of thinking properly. And so, yeah, get over it. We do have a genetic anomaly which gives us more empathy and more rationality. And look what we're doing with it. We're saying suffering is bad, nature is bad, we should abolish this system. That goes directly against nature and evolution, okay? So evolution has all been about, keep everyone reproducing, keep them reproducing no matter what, right? It doesn't matter who suffers, how badly, just keep them reproducing. We've got the ultimate, genetic defect for that, which says, abolish the suffering, right? So look, you've got antinatalists that are saying, leave the suffering. If people want to keep forcing others to suffer, it's fine. I'm not going to do it for my kid, right? So the tiny bit of empathy there, right? Just for their kid. Extinctionists have full empathy for everyone, okay? Nobody should have to suffer, and we're going to make sure that they don't. We're going to give up our lives. We're going to sacrifice ourselves. We would take a bullet to the brain we would literally die for an animal, okay? We would literally die for a stranger that we've never met. We would die for the world. We would die even for potential life. We would die even, for life that doesn't exist and may never exist. We would literally die for it. We would die for existing life. We would die for potential life. We would die for future life. Anyone, right? And people will say, well, they don't exist, so, how... No, they could exist. They still deserve moral consideration, even if it's only potential life. Of course they do. If it's potential, then yeah, they may need help. So of course we should think about them. But yeah, most people are never going to say, oh, I would give up my life to help others. Yeah, but we would, right? And that goes directly against evolution. Life that would give itself up and die for others didn't survive very long. But life that was willing to murder and steal and eat animals, that did really well, okay? In the bloodbath called Earth, the most selfish and evil ones did the best, believe it or not. So what a shocking surprise that now we're left with that, basically. You know, this animalistic meat grinder, this bloodbath, yeah, evolution does create more advanced things, more amazing things. So through the meat grinder, through all of this violence, eventually we got being apex predators, right? That are even better at causing suffering and exploiting animals. Us. So we're using our brains for exploitation and animalistic survival. So humanity 1.0 is kind of the final boss of nature. It's the final form. Whereas humanity 2.0 is like, it's the only life on the planet that is capable of ending suffering. It's the only life on the planet that is against nature. So you have humanity 1.0, nature, everything else, all of it is against humanity 2.0. We are the only ones that will help the sufferers. Every last sufferer in the universe and every last potential sufferer, we are their only ally. Okay, that's a fact. That's just a fact. Those who are begging for death right now, and those who are going to be begging for death, they are relying on extinction. Okay? Animals that are suffering terribly, being eaten alive, they need extinction. They depend on it. So, and yes, we won't get lazy and say, well, I've done enough, right? If some more suffer, then forget it, we've done enough. No, we'll keep going. We'll die for every last victim, basically. We'll die even for the possibility of helping every last victim. We'll give our lives up, we'll sacrifice ourselves, we'll get tortured, we'll have our balls chopped off, whatever. We will do it. And the moral obligation does exist to do that. But most people just won't accept any moral obligation, right? I mean, the amount of suffering in this world, which is way worse than your suffering and desperately needs your help, that's moral obligation. And most people are like, and I ain't got time for that, I'm just going to focus on myself. But the moral obligation is there, right? The help is needed. So most people, they'll just watch Netflix. We're saying, okay, I'm going to help, right? That is the difference. So yes, extinctionists are activists by default. We're people that care about other life enough to actually help it, enough to give up our own lives to do it, right? These philosophy idiots that come on and say, you can't prove that suffering is bad, right? These are privileged, stupid people that just, they don't care about life. They're doing it for fun, right? They think logic is just about a bit of fun and proving that you're better than other people, right? They're thinking about it in an incredibly selfish way, and indeed, to think about it in an ethical and correct way would essentially, by default, give them moral obligation, make them selfless, right? So yeah, all of that is completely shrouded by evolution. It gives them brain fog. It makes them incapable of thinking about things properly. The circuitry of their brain, the circuitry of their mind, it's completely messed up, but on purpose and in a specific way, which very intelligently keeps them as animals and protects them from any thought that might take them out of that animalistic nature. And yeah, that's evolution, right? So the power of evolution, the power of survival of the fittest and whatever benefits reproduction, that's the power of genetic mutations. It can do insanely powerful things like that, where it can trap animals, trap humans into irrational, animalistic ways of thinking. And yeah, that was nature's biggest boner, basically, right? Nature loved doing that. It thrives on it because it's the most successful thing, right? It is the win condition for nature, right? You can survive, great, you can be intelligent, you've got a strong, powerful human, but what's going to make the difference to nature and reproduction is just whether that human will have 10 kids with Becky down the street or not. So you have to be really stupid to do that, right? You have to be really stupid to have 10 kids and say, I don't care about them, let them suffer. Yeah, I'm going to go and have another 10 kids after that, right? So, but that's the success metric of this world. Most humans on this planet are because of Becky down the street, right? She's the one populating this world. Okay, all of the smart people went extinct, or they didn't have 20 kids, right? So that's the way it works. So by default, life has to be stupid, and you're only left with the stupid, selfish ones. The smarter ones were like, no, I ain't participating in this. I ain't having 20 kids knowing that they're all going to suffer terribly and die. All right. I'm sorry for all the waffling, everyone. You know, I do it too much sometimes, but we're going to have one last guest, and then I really am going to go. So who's it going to be? Okay, Shish Kabel has been asking for ages to come up, so let's bring them on. Okay. Shish Kabel, no, she left already. That's a shame. You are forgiven, James. Thank you. All right, we got a few people in the queue. Who's it going to be? James, your account, hello. Oh, I'm actually hella cute. Thank you. Yeah, I get like an insane number of compliments on my eyes and my appearance. And then people have the nerve to say that I'm a virgin. Hello, how you doing?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. How's it going?
There's just two questions I want to ask you. The first one, how can you say for sure that suffering is inherently bad? Like, just because it feels wrong doesn't mean there's anything like wrong with it. And if you do think it's inherently bad, then do you think pleasure is inherently good?
All right, well,
And do you
let's
not
change
think-
it. Let's change it from just suffering. How about a life of pure hell where you're begging for death every second? Do you think that's inherently bad?
Yeah, subjectively, I think that's wrong, but there's
So what's
no
the difference?
I wouldn't want it to happen to me, but it's not to say there's something wrong with it. And like the second part, do you not think it's worth humanity surviving the next, let's say, 300 years to the point where we can induce extreme pleasure? And do you believe extreme pleasure to be like the end goal? Do you think that's inherently good?
I mean, look, you can already go and buy some heroin, right? You know, extreme pleasure already exists, but in the same way that heroin is bad for you, cruelty and oppression is bad for you as well. It's bad for the soul, right? So no, we should focus on the sufferers and helping them, relieving their suffering and protecting them from suffering, instead of just, you know, forgetting them, letting them suffer and being evil and going after pleasure. We should be responsible. We should be good people, not bad people.
I think that's definitely true for like animals, especially. Like nature is cruel. It's like the selfish gene and everything. But do you not believe pleasure to be like the opposite of suffering and therefore good?
No. The thing is that pleasure is unnecessary. It's optional. You don't need it. And the sufferers need the safety from suffering far more urgently.
They do need it more urgently, but in the future we could have so much more dopamine and pleasure to the point where you could say it equals out all the suffering that's been endured by animals and like insects and humans.
No, it doesn't work like that. That's unnecessary, right? If you want pleasure to exist, we should only do it when there's certainty of safety. So there's no point life existing with such danger and being so unfair. If you really desperately want pleasure to exist, we should do that after we've made it safe and after we've caused total extinction.
Well, even if you did cause total extinction, like life started on Earth at one point. Who's to say it won't start again, even if
Well,
we
we
were
should
to
try and
wipe
prevent
out?
it. Yeah, we're to say that.
But how could you possibly do that? Like the deep
Science.
ocean trenches, it's
Science.
just.
No, science.
I mean, I suppose even like if you want to, it's a bit of a stretch. But other planets, do you think?
Yeah, we should
Do
do
you
that too.
believe life forms on other planet exists?
Yeah, we should do that too.
It just seems like
Look, the thing is, look, we can use AI and robots to do it after us. So we can do animal extinction, and then if we can get AI to be reliable enough to where it can definitely replace us reliably, then we can just do human extinction, and the AI can just go out through the universe and try and do as much as it can to prevent suffering.
sounds exactly like how alien movies would start. But Who's to say AI isn't even sentient? Maybe that's a wee bit off topic, but
even if it is, it wouldn't be suffering as much as the real organic life in this world.
I suppose, yeah. But do you think humans should have the option to survive during mass extinction?
So the AI allows for that already. So look, all of the people saying, "Oh, you're banishing pleasure." We're not. Okay. So the plan is animal extinction, prevention of life for the universe, human extinction. But look, the AI and the robots, after they've wiped out everything, they can continue doing the science. They can continue doing the technology. And if they ever create certainty of safety for life, then they can create new life and put it in there. But there's no point life existing in unfair and extremely dangerous conditions before that.
I mean, that is a good argument, yeah. But even if you want to look at the physical aspect of a mass extinction, it's just, I know you're spending your life activating for it, but it's just so unrealistic and it's just so unlikely to happen because humans just don't want to die. That's just our nature. So even if I can agree with the concepts you're saying logically, I don't think it's worth even trying to enforce because no father
But
is going
we're
to let
more
their...
optimistic about it, though. We're much more optimistic.
I mean, what is optimism if it's not
Okay,
realism?
we're confident about it then.
I guess confidence is key, but
No,
I don't know.
we're confident about it because we know that this is the only right thing, that there is no argument against it, right? Your only argument is, I don't know, that sounds difficult. But yeah, it's going to be difficult, but we have to do it. The sufferers need it. So just because it's hard doesn't mean that we should let them suffer.
I mean, yeah, realistically, we should start with like insects and like even them lobster farms, animal cruelty across the world. We need to stop that immediately. Or like, are you vegan or anything?
No, currently being vegan causes more suffering. We do support creating a vegan world, but veganism ignores wild animal suffering. So a vegan world, for example, a completely vegan world right now would have no deforestation. It would have far more wild animal suffering, which is worse than farmed animal suffering. So yeah, we need to solve that problem so that going vegan doesn't cause more suffering. But yeah, we're going to have to run the world to make that happen.
Do you think the torture of an animal is on par with the torture of a human in terms of immorality?
Yeah.
So you don't think human sentience, do you not believe consciousness to be a spectrum in which we are more conscious than like insects and animals, and or do you believe it's more on and off?
Well, even if we do have a high capacity for suffering, even if that's true, most humans are not being eaten alive as animals are. Okay, so what they're suffering is worse than anything that we're suffering.
Oh, I agree 100%. I do think we should exterminate a significant portion of animals, but humans, I think the average human may have slightly more suffering than they do pleasure on a day-to-day basis, but I think in the future, as quality of life increases, we are going to experience more pleasure than suffering. I'd say me personally, I enjoy my life. I experience, if I were to die, I'd be missing out on pleasure, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but it's unfair where those that exist right now begging for death, they need to die, right? It's the only relief for them, and they shouldn't have to go through that.
When you say they, are you referring to animals or like specifically humans?
Both.
Well, I feel like humans kind of can kill themselves if it comes down to it. It's just
No.
animals.
Babies can't do that. Children can't do that. Disabled people can't do that. People with mental illnesses can't do that. So that's a complete myth. It's a tiny, tiny minority that have access to that. The vast majority who don't want to live do not have access to it.
That's rough. I mean, babies, like, I can't imagine any baby suffering unless they've
Babies
been like
get
tortured or
molested
something.
to death all the time. They get diseases that kill them, right? Babies suffer terribly. Babies get eaten alive by dogs. Babies get tortured in the worst ways. They get
Do you think
cigarettes
it's
put out on them.
do you think it's immoral to have children then?
We need to have kids until we've done animal extinction, because
Actually, That's an interesting point. How long do you expect your extinction ideology to take place? Like, how far in the future?
It's impossible to say. It could be within our lifetimes, or it could be after that.
Even like from a realistic point of view, are you not scared to die?
No. So being an extinctionist means that you know that not existing is the preferable thing. It means safety. So are we afraid to die? Well, no, considering that we know how insane the danger is that we're in, and that the reward for being in that danger is tiny and worthless in comparison to that danger.
That's true, but by the time we're able to realistically carry out mass extinction, humanity will have advanced so much to the point where we can just, I guess, plug ourselves into some VR or something and just
That's not
have.
necessarily true, though.
I mean, personally, I think it's more realistic to
And
do
if you
something like
don't
that.
try, then you've got no chance. So we have to try, right? Look, we might be able to take over the world like a week from now, okay? But if we're not trying, then we're guaranteeing that there's no way that'll happen. And yeah, look, even if it's 100 years from now, extinction is still going to be more realistic than anything else.
100 years, yes. 300 years, humans will have. I mean, it's human nature to avoid suffering, right?
But look,
We're gonna have.
you put people into a VR or a simulation, right? It could go wrong, right? So it's not ethical. So no, only certainty of safety is ethical. Anything else is completely unethical, completely dangerous, and insane.
But it's human nature to, number one, avoid suffering, and number two, to avoid death. So I
Yeah,
think it's
human
far
nature
more
is a bad
realistic.
thing. It's an irrational thing. And yeah, we're going to have to look, yeah, we have a big challenge ahead of us, but we're confident that we're going to do it. And look, if it ever gets to the point where somehow magic exists and you can end all suffering without extinction, then good. We're probably helping to achieve that by getting more of a focus on suffering, right?
I mean, the level of magic you'd need to wipe out all microorganisms to prevent evolution from occurring again is nearly on par.
It's really not. Look, think about it this way. You could have an artificial satellite, an artificial moon, which creates a permanent eclipse for a planet and makes life impossible there. That's infinitely more realistic than heaven, basically, right? Creating heaven where you've cured every last disease. You've literally, you've completely mastered science. You're basically God at that point. You don't need magic to do extinction by any means.
I mean, I guess it is more realistic to like block out the sun or something from the earth, yeah.
Yeah, look, extinction's really not that hard. You don't need magic to do it. You don't need crazy levels of science. It's really not that hard. And look, if we run the world tomorrow, then yeah, we're going to be doing euthanasia projects. We're going to be, putting life back in the box, basically, slowly but surely. And there's no way to just ignore all of that suffering and say, let's create magic instead and let them suffer while we do it. Like that would be the crazy thing to do.
I mean, you're definitely right there, but just going back to my first point quickly, it was just your whole argument is based off the fact that suffering is objectively wrong. But how can you prove that?
Well, it's very easy, right? So someone in a life of pure hell, right, the begging for death, that's obviously a bad thing, right?
But why is it obvious? I mean, to me,
because
it
if
does
you were
feel like that.
experiencing that, then you wouldn't want to, right? So it'd be bad for you.
Wait, this is another good point. You've said that human brains are incapable of understanding this because we've evolved in such a way. I agree. But do you not think human brains are incapable of acknowledging suffering as maybe not bad? Because it is so hardwired into every animal to avoid suffering. We can't imagine us suffering as something that isn't objectively wrong.
No, I mean, it doesn't work like that. Suffering is like a tool that your body uses, that your brain uses. It's blindness to suffering, not blindness to happiness.
No, but the reason me and you believe that suffering is wrong is because we have evolved to think that. It's not because we have a logical or rational
But it's
explanation.
obvious, right, that if you're born into chronic pain and you're begging for death every day, that's obviously bad. That's not debatable.
Yeah, you keep going back to that extreme answer, but
Yeah,
it's very
but
debatable whether suffering is
why
in
shouldn't we
like
use an extreme example? They exist. So why shouldn't we give them moral consideration?
because any example you use is still based off the fact that suffering has an inherent reason for being wrong, but we can't prove that using logic. We can only prove that using personal experience, which
Well,
makes
no,
it
it's the thing is it's obvious. And
yeah.
like
But
I said, yeah, it's obvious, right? It's obvious that abusing a child is wrong. But for most people like yourself, it's not obvious because you evolved to think maybe child abuse is good for you, which is clearly insane. But that same insanity has been enforced onto humans and life to make them keep reproducing.
yes, all humans have a bias behind them, right? And that is caused by evolution. It's not fair to say you are excluded from that. And I think all
Yes, it
humans.
is. It absolutely is. We do have a genetic mutation that excludes us from it.
Okay, now you've kind of lost me here. You're saying extremists, or what's it? Uh, Extinctionism. They're genetically different from other people. I
Yeah.
think that's nearly religious or like some pseudoscience kind
No,
of.
I can prove it.
How could you prove that you have a different gene that stands out from the rest of the population, along with all other extinctionists?
Yeah, so it comes down to the capacity of the brain and the structures in the brain which control rationality. So this is actually very easy to prove, but like I said earlier, there's just no benefit to proving it, right? There's literally no benefit. And also, it's already proven to those who can understand it, right? So anyone in the comments who has the brain capacity to understand these things, they will say, yeah, that's obviously true, right? Obviously, animals evolved to be selfish. Empathy was bad for them. So evolution prevented empathy, made them more selfish, and made them irrational as well, so that they'd keep being animalistic and reproducing. That's obvious, right? So, and the thing is, yeah, look, my ultimate proof for this, for the genetics argument, is that we can prove that people are being irrational, right? And that we can prove that we're rational. So how do you explain that difference? How do you explain that difference? It's genetics. It's about the capacity of the brain. So in the same way that a smaller computer would only be able to run a smaller software, the larger the hardware, the larger the software can be, and the more complex the ideas that can be understood. So by essentially, yeah, basically evolution locked people into having an insufficient capacity so that they weren't capable of being rational. There's lots more to it than that in terms of the structures and the features that are used to enforce that irrationality. But yeah, you have essentially irrational humans and you have rational humans. So yeah, it's absolutely a genetic thing. My current understanding on it that it's mostly down to rationality. And so basically evolution, what it does is it starts with a single-celled organism, and eventually it gets more and more amazing. Starts producing leather, starts producing eyes that can see in 4K, starts producing incredible technologies, basically. Many of the DNA, many of the things in the world like leather and, they're beyond our technology, right? We can't produce lab-grown meat as well as animals can produce meat. So DNA is beyond our technology right now. So DNA creates amazing things. And essentially, yeah, you go from a single-celled organism and you get more and more advanced, more and more complex until you get humans. But the problem is that becoming intelligent made it so that humans were less likely to reproduce. So they had to be twisted into becoming monsters, basically. So it takes a lot of doing to make intelligent beings like humans be monsters that are fine for animals to be farmed, fine for all the suffering in the world, to be really animalistic. So as evolution continues and societal evolution continues, right? Our ideas get more evolved. we start going to university, and we also have more comfort and more safety. Our primal needs, right? Our essential needs are much more met and secure. And what this means is that we have more mental capacity to focus on other things. Instead of constantly having to worry about ourselves, even just 100 years ago, you've probably got 20 different diseases, you're losing all your teeth. You don't have time to think about anything else. So it's only now that humanity's evolved, society's evolved enough to the point where we can break out of the animalistic mentality. And yeah, it's probably both societal, but it's also evolutionary as well. So yeah, it's genetic mutations can do incredible things, and yeah, they can overpower or sort of make it so that the defense systems of nature and evolution get overwhelmed and finally get broken. So I made a video about this, the real story of Earth, and the real history of Earth, and it's a great video explaining how animals became selfish and empathy was bad for them, and then it's a story of breaking out of this animalistic nature, breaking out of selfishness and lack of empathy, and finally becoming better than that. Finally getting out of our animalistic nature where we only care about having a family, reproducing and surviving, and finally becoming a universal sort of united, connected species, united in the greater good, united in providing safety for all and making a fair world for all, right? That's what we should be working towards. That's what we are evolving towards. So that's our vision for humanity. And yeah, things are going that way, right? Extinctionism, our movement specifically started 3 years ago, and it's been growing globally, and it's growing fast. So yeah, it's getting bigger and bigger. Humanity is evolving towards better things, better ethics, and a suffering-free world, which is the most important thing. All right, so everyone's saying that I'm yapping. Deal with it. I'm going now, so you waited for nothing. Follow my channel, check out my videos, and join us on the Discord. Google search Abolish Suffering Discord, or you can check out the website, proextinction.com. You can go on my TikTok profile, access to all of the links for the movement on my bio, including the link to the Discord. So join us there, become an activist, help us do peaceful activism until we have enough people to take over the world and start ethically carrying out total